You're watching the Sunoco Minor League Cricket Championship, brought to you by our 2023 partners.
So the final match for this weekend at the Grand Prairie Cricket Complex features the Lone Star Athletics against the Dallas Mustangs. Captains Sidesh Patari and Corey Anderson with the Athletics and Mustangs respectively. Umpire Partha Patanaik. Mr. Anderson, you have the coin, sir.
Heads.
Heads is the call.
It's a head.
It is a heads. So Sidesh, you've decided to bowl first.
Yeah.
I don't know that I'm surprised by that, but give me your reasoning.
We feel there is juice in the wicket, so we want to extract that. We know that it's a seaming track, so I still feel that getting a score in front of us would be good. So we just want to bank our bowlers, try to get that juice early out, and then just see how the game goes.
Left arm bowlers, both ends, start the bowling with good left arm pace, swinging it into the righties. How much of an advantage is that for you?
Yeah, it's good, but we had to make one change. Imran Khan Jr. is out because of a migraine issue, so Hamza Khalid comes in. Pawan Soyal is still there, and then Aryan Nadkarni comes in place of Pranav Bhattad. So
Fantastic. Go well.
Thanks.
All right. So, Corey, you're batting first. I don't know that it makes a very big difference, even though yesterday you mentioned there was a bit of juice in the wicket that you might be able to extract. What do you think about your overall chances for the day?
Look, I probably would have had a bowl first as well. I think just try and make the most out of the opportunities. But I wouldn't even call it juice now. It kind of feels like maybe on this side of the block, this wicket just sort of plays a little bit more bouncy than the rest of them. So I still think we're gonna have the opportunity to obviously bowl at them, and we just need to make sure we get a total on the board that we can try and defend and actually kind of get our quicks get the tail behind them and up they get.
This division is really stacked at the very top. I think right now, as of right now, you're the second team. Dallas Exforia Giants, I think, are on top. What do you all need to do to, at the end of the regular season, be at the top table toppers?
Look, I think obviously we do have a strong team on paper, and I told the boys earlier in the season, I said, look, I've played with a lot of strong teams who have been strong on paper, but we've never managed to win anything, and I think that's the big difference is you still have to perform and do your job when you're out there. So I've made that very clear to the guys, and I think we're starting to come into our own a little bit more. This is a really important game to try and kind of push us to the top of that table and give a little bit of a clearance with I guess you could say a little bit of breathing room with a couple of games to go next weekend. But look, I think if we keep doing what we're doing, we've got guys in the right spots to win us games, and I think when you get near the end of the season, that's what it is, and a lot of the momentum gets shifted from, I guess, the last couple of rounds into those playoffs. So, yeah, I think what we're doing now is just keep ticking the box. Results will come and go, but if we do our things and do them well and have a good attitude doing it, then, hopefully we get the fruits of our labour.
Fantastic. Best of luck. So, news from the center. The Dallas Mustangs. Dallas Mustangs lost the toss. The Lone Star Athletics are the winners of the toss. Captain is deciding to have a bowl. All right. So there you have it. The news from the center is that the Dallas Mustangs, having lost the toss, have been asked to bat by Captain Sidesh Patari of the Lone Star Athletics. Pawan Soyal with the new ball in hand, and he will be bowling to this opening pair of Naman Anwar and Rishi Ramesh. Down the leg side to start out with. First run is on the way. This is Brian Walters with you. The last game for this weekend in the Central Division here at the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium. This is featuring the Dallas Mustangs and the Lone Star Athletics. The Dallas Mustangs have been a very good team for the entirety of the season so far. Currently sitting at the number 2 spot, just a shade behind the other team that's based here in the Dallas area, the Dallas X4A Giants. Good delivery, lifting, left arm over angle, getting that ball to go across the right-handed Naman Anwar. Does well in the end to keep it down and plays it down to deep third for the first run off of the bat for the day. So the division, as we stand right now, the Dallas X4A Giants are at the top of the division, played 8, won 5 and lost 2 with 1 no result, including a victory last night over the Lone Star Athletics. Dallas Mustangs have also won 5 and lost 2, but they've played 1 less game. And so they have 10 points, the Dallas X4A Giants with 11. And so if the Dallas Mustangs win here today, then they will be the team that is on top of the division. The Lone Star Athletics are in the number 5 spot. They've played 7, 1 no result, 1 4 and lost 2. So maybe slightly on the outside looking in at this point, but long way to go. This next several matches, including this weekend, this last match, and then next weekend, will sort of decide where things shake out. Yorker, very first delivery ball to Rishi Ramesh. He handles it beautifully, clips it off his toes, deep square leg, running around. Couple more runs, or a couple runs to Rishi Ramesh to open his account. This is excellent batting by the youngster. Opened the batting yesterday, bearing in mind that we are, if you're Dallas, you're short an opening batter. Wicketkeeper batter Andreas Haus, unfortunately, according to Corey Anderson, lost a fight with a chainsaw and had a bit of a cut on his finger, one that has to have stitches. A little bit difficult to keep and to bat when you have that sort of an injury. So Andreas Haus is out, and Rishi Ramesh moves up 1 spot in the order. Now coming in to face the music, looking down, staring down right now, Pawan Soyal, who's a really good bowler, bowling left arm over the wicket, angles the ball generally across the righties, but does have the ability to bring it back in. So Rishi Ramesh is going to have to be very careful here to watch how that ball is moving. Plays late again, looking to run it down fine, and I don't know that that's the best option because there are 2 slips in position. So a fine edge will either go to the keeper or the 2 slips, and then there's a deep third. So I don't know that there's any benefit to playing that type of shot. Rishi Ramesh, a really good young player. Once again, the captain of the USA U19 team that won a berth in the World Cup, the U19 World Cup in Sri Lanka next year. Really successful adventure in Toronto a couple of weeks ago. And that's very, very proud of the team for having done that. This is an appeal for a leg before and not given. Umpires for the day, by the way, are Vishnu Pillai, who is currently at square leg, and the standing umpire operating from the theater end is the experienced Samir Bandekar. So 1 ball remaining here in over number 1. I almost said over number 4. The score is 4 without loss. And Pawan Soyal looking to close this over out, potentially with a wicket, but I think he'll be just happy to keep these 2 batters quiet for the time being. Here's that last delivery, going back into his crease and trying to work it down the leg side. Gotten beaten for pace, Rishi Ramesh. And a good over bowled by Pawan Soyal. Got the first ball to Rishi Ramesh a little too straight, and Ramesh clipped him down the leg side for a couple. But other than that, he's been back on target. 1 over bowled, 4 without loss.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
4 without loss after 1 over. And Imran Khan Jr., if you watched the game last night, the Lone Star Athletics, the fellow opening left-arm pace bowler for the Lone Star Athletics, is a bit under the weather today, according to Sidesh Patare. He has a bit of a headache. You might have heard that at the toss. And so replacing him in the lineup is a right-handed, young right-hander, Hamza Khalid, has the new ball now coming into bowl from the racecourse end. And looking to bowl to Nauman Anwar. 1 slip. Batter or the fielder at deep point inside the circle. And then regulation point also inside the circle. So the batters outside are going to be down at deep fine leg and square leg. In fact, my apologies. I missed the fielder down at deep third. So there is a fielder at deep third and another fielder at deep square leg. The reason that's pointed out, if you are not familiar, is only 2 fielders are allowed outside the circle during the first 6 overs, the first 36 legal deliveries. And as I say that, deep third comes inside the boundary or inside the circle, and deep point goes out. So the fielders in the deep are both square of the wicket. Played off the back foot, good-looking shot, but well defended or well fielded. That appears to be Captain Sidesh Patare in the covers. So good start here by Hamza Khalid. Very pacey. Probably maybe just a half a yard of pace below that of Pawan Suyal, but the good variety in the opening bowling pair, left-hander and the right-hander. Hamza Khalid, local to Houston, played his cricket, youth cricket, growing up in the city, and now good to see that he's able to make a mark for himself on the big stage. Great delivery, outside edge found, but it bounces before it gets the first slip. That's Milind Kumar at first slip. That is an excellent delivery, opening up Nauman Anwar and kissing the outside edge. Look at this replay, the lone slip in position, slanting in, beautiful swing. Oh my goodness, that ball swung, that was a real banana ball, and curled away, found the outside edge of Nauman Anwar's bat. A beautiful delivery. Hamza Khalid will be proud of that, but unfortunately for him, it did not carry to first slip. Work this one off the back foot now. Just a single to short mid-wicket. That's a good-looking delivery. I want to see that again if we could. A real banana ball curling in from outside and taking it away from the right-handed Nauman Anwar, kissing the outside edge. And then, again, unfortunately for Hamza Khalid, it didn't carry all the way to Milind Kumar at slip. I said first slip. He's really wide. So looking at that on your shot, first slip would be much closer to the keeper. So he's more in sort of a second, maybe even a wide second or a narrow third slip position. But he's there exactly for the type of delivery that Hamza Khalid was able to produce. So 2 balls remaining here in over number 2. This is a good start with the ball for the Lone Star Athletics, having chosen to having chosen to bowl first. You would think that they'd want to capitalize on the conditions, and that's what they've done so far. Looking to slash outside line of off stump. Very loud yell. Don't know that that was necessarily an appeal. It was more excitement. But 1 ball remaining here now in over number 2. Hamza Khalid working on a really good over. Only 1 run off the bat. In fact, 1 run, and it was off the bat. And again, that beautiful delivery. The 3rd delivery of the over that curled enough to kiss the outside edge of Nauman Anwar's bat. Edged and taken. So he repeats the ball. This time he gets a much thicker edge, and it flies at a comfortable height to Milind Kumar at slip. Hamza Khalid doing exactly what he want for him to do, to take wickets at the top of the order. That ball curling away from Rishi Ramesh, was not able to take control of it. And that ball taking a good healthy edge to the right of Milind Kumar at first slip, and he pouches it without much issue. Look at this ball now. Again, similar to the delivery that Nauman Anwar got. Rishi Ramesh committing the cardinal sin of playing away from his body. And the healthy edge snapped up and taken, going straight to Milind Kumar. So that is the first wicket. The Lone Star Athletics draw first blood. Score after 2 is 5 for 1. Beautiful delivery by Hamza Khalid to get into the wickets column. So he's successful in his first over, only conceding 1 run and taking a wicket. So a bit of a wobble for the Dallas Mustangs, having been put into bat by the Lone Star Athletics. So the new batter coming in at number 3 is Sujit Gowda. Sujit Gowda, tall, attacking type of a batter. And he does join Norman Anwar, who is the ultimate attacking batter. Talk about Norman Anwar in a minute as Pawan Siyal starts his second over. Clips this one in the air through mid-wicket. Not going to get to the boundary, but they'll jog and ease it too. So Norman Anwar from Pakistan, 27 years old, played in the major leagues this past season, the inaugural major league season as a member of the Seattle Orcas, where he opened the batting. Had several good partnerships, if I recall, with Quinton de Kock, the South African wicketkeeper batter, and a very healthy scoring average. We'll go over some of his numbers again after this delivery. But generally, exactly who you need at the top of your lineup. A really aggressive batter and a very competent batter. Generally likes to set the tone. A little bit of a delay now as there is some insect. That's happened a couple times already today. An insect is flying around and apparently liking whatever cologne that Norman Anwar is wearing. Pawan Siyal now ready. Left arm over the wicket. Plays with soft hands to backward point for no run. So Norman Anwar is actually the 3rd leading batter in terms of aggregate runs for the Dallas Mustangs. Played 7 matches, 147 runs, an average of 21, but he's a better batter than that. A high score of 64. His strike rate is 121, 13 fours and 9 sixes. So he's the type of batter who can actually get after the bowling. Pawan Siyal presents a bit of a different challenge. The left arm pace bowler is always somebody who's a little bit more difficult to get accustomed to. This is punched right to mid-on for no run. So good start to this over here by Pawan Siyal. First delivery clipped away for 2 runs, but a couple of dots after that. And I think that you'll find with the overall run rate now hovering, in fact, exactly at 2.8, that the Dallas Mustangs may feel that they have some making up to do. 7 runs on the board and you're halfway through the 3rd over. Power play being the first 6, so you want to take advantage of those opportunities. This is punched wide of mid-on with this scramble through for a single. It's always a good thing to look for those singles. If the boundaries aren't coming, then the next best option is to pick up singles as much as you can. So this brings Sujit Gowda on strike. Sujit Gowda, I would think a much better batter than the current figures would indicate. 7 matches played, 39 runs scored, 5 fours and a 6 with a high of 9. So he's a much better batter than that. In fact, 2 years ago in the minor leagues, he, if I remember correctly, was the 6th best batter in the entire minor league system with an aggregate of over 400 runs. Saying all of that from memory, so I stand to be corrected if that's not exactly accurate. But what is accurate is that he's a better batter than 39 runs would indicate total for the season so far. But coming in at that crucial number 3 position, now facing up to Pawan Siyal. Looks for the big slash, wide outside the line of off stump. Some width offered there by Pawan Siyal. Not getting any bat on it was Sujit Gowda, and for the first time, Samir Bandekar has the opportunity to raise his arms. Pawan Siyal, 8 runs conceded already from his 1.4 overs. And so he'll be looking to tighten things up a little bit. Still that solitary slip, Milind Kumar. Good hands, good pair of hands. Yorker length, driven to mid-on. No run, so just 1 ball remaining here now over number 3. We're almost halfway through the power play. Only 10 runs on the board for the Dallas Mustangs. Scoring at the rate of 3.18. Maybe too early to start talking about projections, but 3.18 only gets you to 71 runs. I would think they'd be looking for at least 80 more runs than that. 8 and over gets you to 147. 9 and over gets you to 165. 10 and over from here gets you to 182. I don't know that 182 is attainable. The outfield isn't quite as fast today as it has been in the previous few days, but still very fast. Wrapping him on the pad, probably actually on the thigh pad. Good delivery to close things out in over number 4. Make that over number 3. 5 runs coming from it. At the end of 3, the score is 10 for 1.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Apologies, the official score is 9 for 1. But you're watching the Sunoco Minor League Cricket Championship. Lakshmi is the official partner of Minor League, along with our supporters, our partners, Sunoco and Dafa News. Brew is Minor League Cricket's Cricket for the Community partner, and Minor League Cricket's outdoor partner is Dolphin Media. Of course, you can find us on all of the social media channels. Just go to, for example, on Twitter at MIL Cricket, and specifically me, responded to any and all comments relating directly to the game. So if there's a question that you have about something related to the game or about cricket in general, happy to field those queries on air. So just feel free to find me and us at MIL Cricket on Twitter. Take all your comments. So a single to start things here in the 4th over. Second being bowled by Hamza Khalid. The first over was a successful one for Hamza Khalid. Found the outside edge of both opening batters' bats. One to Nauman Anwar. Didn't carry to first slip. It fell short of Milind Kumar. But the second, a much healthier edge, to the right of Milind Kumar to dismiss Rishi Ramesh. So he has his tail up, Hamza Khalid, 1.1 overs and 1 for 2. So those are good numbers against his name. Regulation field, deep third, and backward square leg are out of the ones out of the circle, and a good delivery going past the outside edge of Sujit Gowda's bat. And you might have just heard that yelling right there. Come on, Sujit. That's the voice of Lavkesh Kalia, the owner of the Dallas Mustangs. And Sujit Gowda taking some time to get going. 3 deliveries faced, has not yet gotten off the mark. And Nauman Anwar with a un-Nauman Anwar-like inning so far, 6 from 10. Here's Hamza Khalid. Oh, what a great delivery. Again going past the outside edge. Hands on his hips for Hamza Khalid, because this was another unplayable delivery. That right hand or right arm angle into Sujit Gowda and pitching and leaving him. What an absolutely brilliant delivery. And so 3 deliveries into the 4th over. And you're finding right now that scoring is being made very difficult by the opening pair of Pawan Suyal and Hamza Khalid. Sujit Gowda now scoreless from 4 deliveries. One wonders whether or not that pressure will start to build and whether or not he'll play a rash shot, because definitely scoring is difficult. Whipped away. Oh my goodness. He's going to get 4. But that is not far away from a leaping Aaron Nadkarni at short fine leg. So certainly a little too straight from Hamza Khalid, but he almost got a wicket with that delivery because it was drifting down the leg side. Sujit Gowda doing what you'd want to do with a delivery like that, just try to get bats on it. Generally that runs away for 4, and it did go away for 4 in this instance, but it was ever so close to Aaron Nadkarni, leaping at short fine leg, and he's a tall youngster. By the way, he's into the 11 this time for the first time this weekend. Aaron Nadkarni, U19 player and the son of Sushil Nadkarni. Those of you who followed USA cricket for a while will know that name. And all of a sudden, look at this. Coming up to the stumps. I don't know that Hamza Khalid will like this very much, but it does limit some options for Sujit Gowda, looking to force this off the back foot. Can't get anything on it. And that is just another dot. Mentioned that I don't think that the fast bowler would like the keeper keeping up to him, because the ego of a fast bowler would want to see that keeper 20 or 25 yards back, having the ball thud into his gloves. But it can be very tactically very beneficial because it limits the options. The batter doesn't have the option of coming out of the crease if the keeper is up. That's played to square leg. That's just going to be a single. That is, I believe, Arya Kananta coming off the boundary. Nope, apologies. That's Shreyan Satish. So, in fact, what is the call here? Not exactly sure what just happened. Are they calling a no ball? Yes, they've called a no ball because of the fact that there was an extra fielder outside the circle. That was a good catch by Samir Bandekar, because I believe he beckoned or pointed toward Aaron Nadkarni. So Aaron Nadkarni at short fine leg, standing outside of the circle, but generally speaking, he walks in and in theory should be inside the circle at the point that the ball is released. But Samir Bandekar, with really sharp eyes, was able to spot, I believe, that he had not quite made it into the circle right when the ball was being released. So that is good work, excellent work by Samir Bandekar. Catches in fact, that was the free hit. The free hit was banged to mid-wicket for no run. So we'll explain exactly what just happened in a minute, just to level set for where we are. That is the end of over number 4. 7 runs coming from it. We'll pick up that point when I get back. 16 for 1 after 4.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
So going back to what just happened, I believe, and this is all conjecture because I didn't see exactly what happened, but just reading the body language of the players and trying to read the body language of the umpire, Samir Bandekar, I believe it was the case that short fine leg Aaron Nadkarni did not make it back into the circle before the ball was delivered. And again, inside the power play overs, you can only have 2 fielders outside of the circle. There are 2 legitimately outside the circle, one at deep fine leg and one at make that deep backward square leg and deep third. But my sense is that Aaron Nadkarni was outside of the circle walking in as this ball is drifted down into the leg side and played away for a single by Sujit Gowda. But he was outside of the circle walking in. But in the eyes of Samir Bandekar, he did not make it back inside the circle. You can start outside the circle walking in, as most infielders do, and most cricketers do when they're fielding, apart from the fielders at the catching positions, gully and slip. You walk in as the bowler is coming in. But he walked in, Aaron Nadkarni, but did not make it all the way into the circle at the point where the ball was released. So I'm suspecting that that was what the no ball was about. That was the reason for it, and we'll get confirmation on that probably at the midway point of this match, when we might have a chance to speak with Samir Bandekar about that. But back to where we are with this game. We're into the 5th over. Power play being the first 6 means that in fact, another 10 deliveries of non-power play, power play deliveries are left, and after the power play is finished, then you can have as many as 5 outside the circle. And that, what we just had, would not have been a judge no ball had that happened outside of the power play. But still inside the power play. By the way, we did not acknowledge it. This is a new bowler, Shubham Ranjani, bowling from the theater end. Right arm over the wicket in operation. Now bowling to Norman Anwar. Plays this off the back foot. Diving stop. That's a good pickup and a direct hit. That is excellent work. That is Nitish Kumar. But they do get a single. And scoring has been absolutely difficult so far for the Dallas Mustangs. Looking at this replay, this is a very athletic piece of work by Nitish Kumar. Played into the offside, diving stop, and then having one stump to aim at from where he is at backward point and hit that one stump. So that's good work on the part of Nitish Kumar. Luckily for the Dallas Mustangs, the batter made it home safely. And this is now going to be Norman Anwar again, forcing it off the back foot into the covers for no run. And should just be 1 ball remaining now in over number 5. 2 runs from this over. Very miserly over in progress. Shubham Ranjani, make that 3 runs from the over, my apologies. Shubham Ranjani doing well to continue to build the pressure. Much pressure has been built by these opening bowlers and now by the first change bowler, Shubham Ranjani. And here's the last ball, bowling to Norman Anwar. Little straight, worked it into the leg side, and it's just going to be a single. 20 runs on the board from 5. The score is what we have right here in the lovely Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium. 4 runs and over, I don't think it's going to get you very far if you're Dallas, so look for them to accelerate sometime soon. We'll be right back.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
So this is a wonderful moment. I know that in the Nat Carney home back in Houston, eyes are glued to the TV or to the phone or to the tablet or whatever device they happen to be watching on, as Aaron Nat Carney has the ball in hand and will be bowling his first over, certainly for this weekend. We'll double check to see if he's played any matches so far this year. That I'm aware of. This is the first time that he's playing. But he's going to be bowling here to Norman Anwar, a destructive batter. Norman Anwar 9 from 16, Sujit Gowda 6 from 8. Both of them, I think, at this stage might start getting the sense that it's time to start shifting through the gears. And if they were looking to sort of target a bowler, it would not be surprising if they were to target a young U19 player. But at the same time, it has to be said that Aaron Nadkarni comes from excellent cricket stock. His father, Sushil Nadkarni, as I mentioned. His sister, Ria Nadkarni, 12 years old, and is also a pace bowler. Excellent young pace bowler. Just excellent cricketing family. So Aaron Nadkarni with ball in hand, looking to bowl to Norman Anwar. Playing into the offside for no run. That's a good start. Good length, good line, right on that off-stump line. And a rising delivery. Played well by Norman Anwar, keeping it down. But good start for Aaron Nadkarni. So his challenge is just going to be to maintain exactly what he started. By the way, I mentioned that Rishi Ramesh was the captain of the U19 USA team that won a berth to the World Cup in Sri Lanka next year. Well, Aaron Nadkarni is also on that team. So look for big things from both of these youngsters. Looking to advance down the wicket. My goodness, I mentioned that I thought they might try to attack the young fast bowler. He does not give an inch, and this delivery was at the right length. Saw him coming down and essentially shortened his length. That is an underappreciated skill for a fast bowler who's running in from 25 yards away to not only be aware of where your foot is going to be so you're not overstepping the crease, but one eye is also on the batter. And if you see the batter advancing down the wicket, then as a bowler, you immediately change your length so that he's not able to get to you. In other words, he's not playing you on the half volley. Big swipe and the miss again. Naman Anwar is really looking to get after the youngster, but he's absolutely not giving an inch. This is good bowling by Aaron Nadkarni. So 3 dot balls to start his day with the ball. And look at that run rate. The Dallas Mustangs are all the way down to 3.64. And to the extent that you want to be able to accelerate, that run rate is going in the wrong direction if you're the Mustangs. And of course, this is the last 3 balls of the power play. Full and driven and straight to mid-off for a wicket. My goodness. So the young Aaron Nadkarni not only keeps the batters quiet, 3 dot balls to one of the better batters in the entire minor league system, but then he gets him to chip one tamely to mid-off, and he gets a wicket in his first over. What excellent bowling by Aaron Nadkarni. The Dallas Mustangs are 20 for 2. Looking at this replay, again, keeping that line and that length really where it needs to be. Floated up there, just this one maybe just a touch fuller. Naman Anwar looking to go through with the drive, but not able to do much with that. Didn't keep it down. And Shubham John, it takes one of the easier catches that he'll have. And all of a sudden, the Dallas Mustangs appear to be wobbling. Now, this is going to be an interesting matchup for me because you dismiss Naman Anwar, and as mentioned, he certainly has capability that would be, you'd expect that he'd be able to take the attack over and attack the bowlers, but he's been dismissed. But replacing him is the former New Zealand all-rounder Corey Anderson, the captain. And Corey Anderson is leading every batting statistic, it seems, for the Dallas Mustangs. Highest number of runs, 307. He's actually second in number of 4s with 20. Andreas Kraus with 22. But the reason he only has 20 4s is because he has more 6s than 4s. 26 6s. 350s on the year. 95 is his high score, and he strikes it at 178. So what a moment this is for the young Aaron Nadkarni. Bowling to Corey Anderson. Left-hander looking to tame the beast that is Aaron Nadkarni. Short outside off stump, and that's going to be wide. In many ways, though, if you think about it, this sort of frees Aaron Nadkarni. He can bowl here with no pressure whatsoever. If he gets hit for a 6, well, it's Corey Anderson. Of course, he's supposed to hit an 18-year-old for 6. But if he takes a wicket, boy, you would never see the end of that celebration. So, again, I think you can bowl, if you are Aaron Nadkarni, with a certain amount of freedom here. Last delivery of a very successful over. Played off the back foot, just straight to mid-off. Oh, and they run through for a single as that ball was fumbled, not picked up cleanly at mid-off. And so Corey Anderson is off the mark with a fortuitous single. Should have been a wicket made, and I think Aaron Nadkarni will be relative. In fact, there's one more ball left because there was a wide. So my apologies. So 1 ball remaining. 2 runs from the over so far, one of which was a wide. And Aaron Nadkarni, as they refer to him in Houston, the Katy Speedster. Good delivery, bang on target, and that's just going to be a single. Corey Anderson jogging through from the non-striker's end. Sujith Gowda getting that single. What a brilliant over. Bowled here by the young Katy Speedster. 23 for 2 is the score after 6. Power play is done and dusted. We'll be right back.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
23 for 2 is the score after 6. The power play is over, and the Dallas Mustangs are struggling. Lost a couple of wickets. Both openers have been dismissed. The numbers 3 and 4 batters are at the crease. Number 3 sort of has been struggling for runs this year. Sujit Gowda only 39 runs against his name before today's match. He's now up to 46 with the 7 that he has right now, and he's now on strike to Shubham Ranjani. Oh, again, just tentatively looking to play that late through the offside or behind point. And again, don't know that there's a whole lot of benefit that you can get from a shot like that, but there's plenty of risk. There's a slip fielding position, not to mention the keeper. Then you won't get many runs for it because there's a deep third. So something to think about there for Sujit Gowda. So the opposite end of the spectrum is Corey Anderson, who is currently at the non-striker's end. Played back to the bowler himself, Shubham Ranjani, for no run. So a couple of dot balls. That run rate now all the way down to 3.63. Once again, probably not too early to think about projections. This run rate of 3.63 only gets you to 73 runs. And oh my goodness, I'd have to think that you'd be looking for something probably double that. Bang on target again. These bowlers have done excellently well. 3 straight dots to start over number 7. And again, we're out of the power play at this stage. So much more defensive looking field. There's a field at deep square leg. Long on and long off. There's a sweeper on the offside. So those are your 4 outside the circle. And in fact, there is also a deep, a little bit blinded from where I'm sitting, but I think there's also a deep third. Yes, there's a deep third coming off the boundary ropes now. So there's 4 inside the circle, and all 5 who are allowed to be outside right now are outside. So a much more defensive field being set by Captain Sidesh Patari and the Lone Star Athletics. And I think it's in recognition of the fact that Dallas knows that they're behind in terms of their scoring rate, and they're going to want to take or make up for it. Haven't been able to do it yet, though, because one delivery away from Shubham Ranjani bowling a maiden in over number 7. You don't see very many maidens in a T20 match, but that's exactly what's developing as we speak right now. Just 1 ball remaining here over number 7. Sujit Gowda, 7 from 14. So his strike rate is 50. He's going to want certainly to improve on that. And then Corey Anderson has only faced 1 ball, got a single off of it, but it should have been the dot ball. It's a fumble at mid-on. That's dabbed it down to deep third. Should just be a single. Oh, they come back for the second. That's good running. A direct hit from down at deep third, and now they just almost started thinking about coming back. But they settle for 2. Corey Anderson, I believe, wants to be the one on strike to start this next over. He will be on strike. Let's see if he is able to attack Aaron Nadkarni. And we'll see how that goes. 2 runs from the over. The score after 7 is 25 for 2.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Well, if you're Aaron Nadkarni, your reward for taking a wicket in your first over is that you get a second over, but that second over will be now bowled to Corey Anderson. Corey Anderson, the captain of a side that is now only scoring at 3.57 and over through 7. That projected score gets you to 71. A competitive score, by my estimate here, would probably be 140, somewhere around there. So for me, at minimum, they need to double where they are right now. Something around 150 would probably be ideal. Obviously, if you're Corey Anderson, you want as big a score as you can get. And you're going to be looking, I would think, to start being serious about accelerating the scoring rate. So for Corey Anderson, there's a long on and long off. Watch the man who is at long on and also watch the man at deep mid-wicket. That's just a single down the ground. Corey Anderson constructed an absolutely brilliant innings in Houston last weekend. His team was struggling. From memory, at the halfway point, they were about 26 for 4. Shifted through the gears beautifully to the extent that when he left the crease at the end of the innings, the score, his score was 85, if I remember correctly, and his team had well more than 170 runs. Lofted in the air, flies over the top and wide up mid-on. That fielder over there is not able to get over there in time. So 4 runs. Sujith Gowda with, I think, the first sign of aggression shown. Ball is lofted up and tossed. By the way, we never did acknowledge the new bowler is Milind Kumar. The ball was tossed up and Sujith Gowda dragging it over and wide of long on for the first boundary in a very long time. Sujith Gowda now into double figures, 13 from 16. Reaching forward and defending this for no run. Milind Kumar, finger spinner. All-rounder, tremendous batter. One of the leading batters in the Lone Star Athletics side. Played off the back foot and worked into the onside. Split second, they wanted to think about a second run, but that wasn't there. Milind Kumar played in the minor leagues for a while, but then certainly played in the major leagues, was drafted by the Texas Super Kings and played for that team. So very high caliber, high talent type of player. He's an all-rounder, but I'd probably refer to him more as a batting all-rounder. I think he impacts the games more with his bat than with the ball, but he can bowl a relatively miserly type of line or type of length. And when he gets the ball right, like he did there to Corey Anderson, had him reaching for it, and that's exactly what you want. You want your batters to be reaching forward for the ball. Don't ever want them to go onto the back foot. And certainly you don't want to have Corey Anderson going onto the back foot because he is powerful enough to clear the stadium. This is stroke down the ground this time. A single. That closes things out here in over number 8. 7 runs coming from that over. Milind Kumar's first. At the end of 8, the score is 32 for 2.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
So 32 for 2 after 8. And by the way, I started that over by saying that Aaron Nadkarni would be bowling to Corey Anderson. In fact, you would have noticed that that was not the case. But he does switch him around, and now he will be bowling to Corey Anderson. Sidesh Patari giving the young speedster the ball coming now from the theater end. He'll be bowling to Corey Anderson, who is on 3 from 4. Sujith Gowda 14 from 18. Partnership worth some 10 runs as we speak. And I think they'll be looking obviously for much more than that. Corey Anderson, when he's hitting big, scores very heavily in the arc between long on and mid-wicket. But obviously his caliber, he's able to score runs anywhere on the field. Looking to cut this one away. Getting good bounce that time. Aaron Nadkarni. When you go past the bat of Corey Anderson, who you'd have to think is starting to think about ways of being more aggressive, going past the bat is no mean feat. And this is really good work here by Aaron Nadkarni. 7 deliveries bowled so far for him. And only conceded 3 runs, one of which was a wide. So tremendous bowling by the young as we call him, the Katie Speedster. Anderson now cuts this one away, but there's protection out there in the deep. Just a single. And you get the sense that the Mustangs just really not quite at the top of their game. They've been knocked on the back foot by the loss of the openers. And then the numbers 3 and 4 batters are taking their time to get settled. But I mentioned or described the innings that Corey Anderson had in Houston last weekend. He is the type of batter who doesn't necessarily come looking to play big shots immediately. Reads the situation very well, knows exactly what he wants to do, plans his innings appropriately, and I think that he'll land on the appropriate side of, or the balance of risk and reward. Sliced away over the top. That's a sweeper. I believe that is going to be on the boundary. That is Shreyan Satish coming off of the boundary of the field. So doing it mostly in ones for the most part, the Dallas Mustangs at this stage. But look at this. 34 runs are on the board. You're into over number 9. So things are really getting tight. The scoring rate is 4. Corey Anderson is going to be the one to watch. Bowling over the wicket to Corey Anderson. Short, pulled into the gap between square leg and mid wicket. It goes away for 4. So you need a lot more of those if you're Dallas. Corey Anderson getting on top of the bounce and pulling that one. Fielder deep mid wicket. That was Shreyan Satish, not able to get across in time. And his partner coming from the opposite end, not able to get there in time either. So pulling this from well outside the line of off stump, actually. That was very wide. And Corey Anderson getting on top of the bounce and getting it in that gap. So signs here, it appears, from the Dallas Mustangs, in particular Anderson himself, that it may be time to start putting your foot on the gas. And by the way, that stroke, he's now 8 from 7. Watch those two fielders in the deep again. Shreyan Satish is at deep square leg. Short, similar delivery, and it's pulled. Shreyan Satish is the one who's charging in, and it's good work by the youngster. So a lot of youngsters featuring in this game, and it really is very pleasing to see that the caliber of talent that is being displayed here in the Major League or minor league cricket. In fact, these youngsters will be in Major League Cricket in time, I'm sure. But they're in good position to continue to make their mark and be seen. So again, Aaron Nadkarni is a U19 player. So is Shreyan Satish, who just did the fielding. And we've already spoken about Rishi Ramesh. Oh, Aaron Nadkarni, good awareness. So he saw Sujit Gowda advancing down the wicket at him, and he pulled out of his delivery. Once again, when you're coming into bowl as a bowler, particularly as a fast bowler, you're having to not only look to see where your own foot is going to be planting, but look at right here. He saw Sujit Gowda coming and then just pulled out of the delivery. You are allowed to do that as a bowler. You don't have to go through. It's not like in baseball where if you start the pitching motion and you don't complete it, you're called for a balk. You're allowed to pull out of your delivery if it is suspected for whatever reason that you need to pull out of it. Now, I wouldn't do it too many times in a row. The umpires might have an issue with that, but just strictly speaking, it is allowed. Next delivery, short, hammered away into the deep. So he tried to go short to Sujit Gowda, and it is pulled away massively. So after really miserly first over by Aaron Nadkarni, tries to go short to Sujit Gowda, and Sujit Gowda jumping all over that delivery, pulling it well in front of square. In fact, it went almost to long on instead of mid-wicket, which is a measure of how much he was on top of that. Let's look at this replay again. Went short from outside the line of off stump, and it is pulled away massively. Again, that is more wide, long on than it is mid-wicket. And
Once again, signs that both of these batters are now recognizing the urgency of the moment. So just go now into the 20s, 21 from 20 with 2 fours and that 6 that you just saw. Quick break for us, 45 for 2 after 9. We're into the last 11 overs of the innings, 66 balls remaining, and the score has not yet reached 50, 45 for 2, but there's signs in the last several deliveries that there is an urgency that is creeping in. Sujit Gowda, 21 from 20 with 2 fours and a 6. Corey Anderson, 9 from 8 with 1 4. And if you are looking for the opportunity to sort of shepherd the team through the next several overs and have them set for a charge at the end, this would be the man that you'd want at the wicket. The captain, experience, obviously tons of years of international experience, and now playing here. Milind Kumar is brought back into the attack. I suspect that the reason why you bring in Milind Kumar in is to be able to bowl to the left-handed Corey Anderson. So this pitch has shown signs of taking turn for the last couple of weeks, or the last couple of matches that have been played here. And to the extent that if there's any turn, you're expecting that it would be away from the left-handed Corey Anderson. I'm suspecting that's why Milind Kumar has been brought into the attack. So, first ball just punched down the ground for a couple, and now the second delivery worked into the offside for a single. Corey Anderson now into double figures, 12 from 10. And let's just see how Sujit Gowda handles the spin of Milind Kumar. He did try to attack him, and in fact he did attack him in the first over that Milind Kumar bowled. Let's see if that continues to be his mindset. Working this into the gap. Do they come back for a second? No. Corey Anderson deciding pretty early that that was only going to be a single. So 3 deliveries away from the halfway point in this innings. And my goodness, things are looking like they're starting to be a little bit tense. Run rate creeping upwards. It's now 5.16. That projects from here to a score of 103. So at least that projected score is now into triple digits. Anderson off the back foot gets it down to long off for a single. So in thinking about what the likelihood is of the Dallas Mustangs shifting through the gears, 5 runs and over obviously is around where they are right now. That gets you to 102. There's no way they can stay on the 5 and over, I don't think. 7 runs and over gets you to 122, and this is played off the back foot behind square and goes for a single. 1 ball remaining here in over number 10. So 9 and over from here gets you to 143. I would have to think that that would be the bare minimum of what they'd be looking for. By the way, 50 has come up in this over. 6 runs from the over so far with 1 ball remaining. Corey Anderson does what you expect him to do, goes big, and that is the first 6 off of the bat of the former New Zealand international and captain of the Dallas Mustangs. Well and truly over the top of Long On's head. You could only stand and watch it sail into the seats. That is 6 for Corey Anderson and the end of the over. 12 coming from that over. Look at this from around the wicket. Hammering this one through the line, Corey Anderson, putting his head down almost like a golf swing, and it lands into the seats. So 12 coming from that over. 37 from the last 5. So there's signs that the Dallas Mustangs are trying to shift through the gears. 10 bowled, 57 for 2. So change in the bowling again. 1 over bowled from the theater end by Aaron Nedcarney. But now Shubham Ranjani has the ball in hand. Looking to bowl now to Sujith Gowda. 23 from 22, Sujith Gowda. Corey Anderson 19 from 12 at the non-striker's end. Worked into the leg side. That's just going to be a single. So this pair came together when the score was 20 for 2. So this partnership worth some 38 runs. And certainly the biggest partnership of the innings so far. And you're hoping, if you're the Dallas Mustangs, that this pair can get stuck in and accelerate. Corey Anderson has only faced 12 balls, but he has 19 runs. Ranjani has Corey Anderson hopping up onto his toes and defending that one. You hear the loud no, indicating that there's no possibility for a run there. But looking at the run rate, we're now at 5.61. So expect to see that number continuing to increase. And a shift in the field here. In fact, there's long on and long off, as you would expect. But watch the men at deep mid-wicket and square leg. I suspect that if he goes big, it will be going in that direction. And it does go in that direction, but on the ground, and that's Milind Kumar, who has one of the safest pairs of hands in the side. So if you want to have a sense of where you're expecting the ball to go, just look where Milind Kumar is, because he tends to be the fielder who they put in high profile positions. In other words, if Corey Anderson is going big and his favorite scoring area is long on or mid wicket, that's where you'd expect to find Milind Kumar. Working this one into the offside, or in leg side rather. Corey Anderson, good work to get down and up again. So the run through for 2. More of a sense of urgency that you see here. 4 runs from the over so far. And just 2 balls remaining here now, over number 11. Just curious, there's only 3 4s and 2 6s that have been hit in this inning so far. So they've found the going difficult. We'll go through some of the stats just before the start of the next over. Next delivery, wrapping him on the pad. That's bouncing over the top. That was less an appeal and more oohs and ahs. But that's a good length by Shubham Ranjani, keeping it just out of the driving reach of Sujith Gowda. Here we see slanting in and bouncing. Not only, I think, is that bouncing over the top because he was far forward, but that's also probably hitting him outside the line of off stump. So no chance for that to be LBW. So 1 ball remaining here. Plays it into the offside. They run the quick single. That is good work. So 5 runs coming from the over. And at the end of 11, the score is 62 for 2.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
So just looking at a few stats here. In 11 overs, so obviously 66 balls. Of 66 balls, 32 have been dot balls. So 48% of the delivers that have been bowled in this innings have not been scored off of by the Dallas Mustangs. So you're going to really want to fix that if you are the Dallas Mustangs. 24 singles. So you're scoring 38% of your runs in singles. 5 twos or doubles. No triples as of yet. 4 fours. Make that 3 fours and 2 sixes. So, my goodness. The biggest number that stands out there for me is the number of dot balls. 32 of them in total. And if you just think a dot ball is a ball that you don't score off of. If you just scored off of half of those, then you're already at 7 to 8 after 11, and looking to push forward. But you do have some making up to do here. 62 runs on the board, and you're only facing another 54 deliveries. So expect to see the shift in momentum take place. And I think you sense that that's exactly what's going to happen, because Captain Sidesh Patari has gone back to his opening fast bowler, Hamza Khalid. Hamza Khalid, 2 overs, 1 for 8. Now bowling to Sujit Gowda. Gowda, 27 from 26. Here's Hamza Khalid. Oh, bowled. Bang on target. And that might have just taken Sujit Gowda on the glove. You see him flashing the hand, indicating some form of discomfort. Look at this delivery again. Oh, extra bounce, seeing him pull the bottom hand away. That's to me an indication that Hamza Khalid is coming onto the bat pretty hard. Now bowling again to Sujit Gowda. A dot ball to start things here in over number 12. So just 53 balls remaining in the innings. Full whipped around the corner. Some work here for Shreyan Satish. Good diving attempt, but was not able to complete the stop. Diving and stopping it momentarily, but not picking it up cleanly. And it trickles over the ropes at deep backward square for another boundary for Sujit Gowda. Walking across his stumps and flicking that away on the leg side. You'll see Shreyan Satish dive there. And having gotten to it, I think he'll tell you that he would have wanted to have stopped that. The hard part was getting there, but just not able to control it, and it rolls over to the ropes. So, Sujit Gowda, again, shifting through the gears. He's now into the 30s. 31 from 28 with those 3 fours, the last of which you just saw, and a 6, clipping this behind square. This is Corey Anderson now going to be on strike as that single goes into that backward square, short, fine area. Pawan Suyal, the fielder, who was able to retrieve that ball. So thinking of what your bowling resources are going to be, another 8 overs and 3 balls remaining. Hamza Khalid is into his 3rd. You would have to think that at some point you're going to bring back Pawan Suyal. Pawan Suyal, left arm fast bowler. He has 2 overs remaining. Shubham Ranjani has 1 remaining. Aaron Nadkarni 2. Milind Kumar 2. If you're going to bowl Aaron Nadkarni again, I would think that he would probably bowl this next over, because I don't think you want to throw the youngsters in at the deep end when you're coming to the back end of the innings. That's where you'd want Pawan Suyal and maybe even the last over from Hamza Khalid in that sort of area. Around the wicket to Corey Anderson, lofts it down the ground, launches it out of the ground actually. The first time that ball landed was on the terrace beyond long on, and unfortunately we're going to have another lost ball situation. Driven down the ground. Tremendous strike. That's the second 6 for Corey Anderson. Hamza Khalid choosing to go around the wicket to the left-hander, slanting inward, and Corey Anderson just driving through the line. Just effortless strike right back down the ground. So if I am Hamza Khalid, I'd probably consider going back over the wicket, creating the angle where the ball is slanting across the left-hander, because as I mentioned, even though Corey Anderson can score runs anywhere around the field, his power stroke generally is either straight or in the arc between long on and mid wicket. So if you go around the wicket to him, slanting the ball in the way that one was, okay, here you see on the replay, slanting in, so essentially you're helping him play in the direction that he wants to play in. I'd prefer to see Hamza Khalid go over the wicket to sort of create a different angle, having the ball go across him. And again, look, he's a former international player for years, held a record for the highest number or the fastest century in an ODI match, not coincidentally against the West Indies several years ago. But even though he can hit big and can score off of any bowler, I don't know necessarily that you want to make it easier for him. And so let's see what his comeback delivery is here. He's staying around the wicket, bowling to Corey Anderson, who is also now up to 26. Plays this off the back foot. It's a better length, short of length, and defending it to backward square for no run. It's Captain Sidesh Patari in that spot. So 11 from the over already. The last 5 have yielded 48, including this over in which we currently are. And we'll see exactly how well they do here. 1 ball remaining, and he's going to have to close this one out effectively, Hamza Khalid. Bang down the ground, but catchable. Oh, my goodness. Falling just short. That looks like Milind Kumar down there at long off, who came in, not quite getting to it. I said Milind Kumar, my apologies. I meant Nitish Kumar. It was driven down the ground flat and hard. Those are always difficult to take if you're any outfielder and the ball is dying as it gets to you and it's flat, so it can be difficult to judge. Corey Anderson actually using his feet to skip down the track, and a diving attempt by Nitish Kumar just landing short of him. So they will run a single, and Corey Anderson will remain on strike to start over number 13. The score after 12 is 74 for 2. So this to me feels like a brave roll of the dice. This is now going to be Amir Hamza Hotak, who is asked to bowl. Left arm spinner bowling to Corey Anderson, turning the ball into him. So my goodness, that to me really feels like a roll of the dice. And this is going to be not only wide, but he'll get a couple extra runs too. No, just 1 extra run. So starting out trying to keep the ball out of the hitting zone of Corey Anderson, and gets it a little too wide for the liking of umpire Samir Bandekar. So a left arm spinner bowling to a left-handed power hitter, and it's considered to be a left arm finger spinner. So any turn is going to be into the power stroke. Sort of the same discussion I was having about Hamza Khalid bowling around the wicket to Corey Anderson. I don't know that the left arm spinner is the best person to bring in at this stage of the innings to this particular pair. So, but that's why we play the games. It's not a puzzle that you put together and where there's one accurate piece or one exact piece for each position. Captains sometimes go on feel, and that may be the case that they've felt something here, Sidesh Patari, that he might be able to exploit. Let's play it down the ground for a single. And once again, that does bring Corey Anderson back on strike. If this goes like the percentages would probably dictate that it goes, we may have some catching practice right here. Slamming this over the top for 6. A brilliant strike by Corey Anderson. That is his 3rd 6 of the innings. So this one was a lot wider, trying to keep the ball away from his hitting zone, but not quite getting it wide enough. And again, there's slight margin for error. Very, very little, scant margin for error is what I tried to say. But look at this, trying to go wide, in fact, not getting it nearly wide enough, and hammered straight by Corey Anderson. Just a brilliant strike. And he now goes on to 33. So both batters are on 33. Corey Anderson made his 33 in 18. And here's the next delivery. Appeal for a leg before, not given. Slower through the air that time was Amir Hamza Hotak. Definitely slower through the air. Look at this. Just taking all the pace off, tossing it up slowly and drifting down the leg side is what it looks like to me, because he's turning it and it's turning down in that direction. Oh, here's the catching practice I was referring to. Lands in the seats about maybe 15 or so yards away from us. That is the second six of the over by Corey Anderson. And that always did feel like a roll of the dice, because getting a power hitter, a left-handed power hitter, to face up to a spinner, that is a tall ask for a spinner. A spinner who's turning the ball into the power hitter's arc. That recipe essentially dictates that the ball will be coming in this direction. That's going to be 6 more. Boy, he has his hand on the gas at this, that his foot on the gas at this stage, dragging this one wider. 6 more, the third 6 of the over, and an over that I thought was a bit of a roll of the dice, results in 20 runs to the good for the Dallas Mustangs. Replay, look at this, changes the angle, goes around the wicket, but Corey Anderson just sees it, as we say in Jamaica, as big as a breadfruit, and that ball flies away over the top of mid-wicket for yet another 6. So that's 20 coming from over number 13. Corey Anderson has raced ahead to 45 from 21 with 1, 4, and 5 big sixes. 94 for 2. We'll be right back. So in the flurry of runs from the last over, I actually missed a single. The score is actually 95 for 2. And pay attention to how Corey Anderson builds his innings and then accelerates. And it is really a thing of beauty to witness. Judges his attack very effectively. 5 away from a 50. It would be his 4th 50 of the season. Already has 3 50s. And Aaron Nudkarner back into the attack. A short delivery. It's going to land in no man's land as Sujith Gowda looking to play the pull. And that does bring Corey Anderson back on strike. So pay attention to how the young Aaron Nudkarner is able to handle bowling to a man who is, as of right now, on a mission. Corey Anderson, 45 from 21. His partner, Sujith Gowda, 34 from 32. And as a reminder, these two came together when the score was 20 for 2. So they've already put on 76 runs. And this is really good work by this middle order pair. And a score that seemed to have been sputtering along for a while has now roared into high gear. Look for the scoring area between mid-wicket and the square leg if you go short. Bang! In that exact area between mid-wicket and square leg. And that's, almost thought it was going to get to the boundary, but they'll jog through for a couple. And you're going to think that that's the area that they'd be looking to target. And to the extent that you're able to target that area, Corey Anderson, then that's where many of the opportunities are going to come from. So if you're Aaron Nudkarney, staying over the wicket, which again I think is the better angle to the left-hander, I think he's going to want to keep this outside the line of all. Full toss, and he launches it out of the stadium, and that is 50 for Corey Anderson. My goodness. Well, the formula for getting Corey Anderson out is probably not a full toss at waist height. Well, that might have been just below waist height. In fact, the umpires are talking about it now. I think that was okay from the standpoint of how high that ball was. I think it was around maybe thigh height, but in any event, that formula, again, is not going to be bowling full tosses to Corey Anderson. Launching it out of the stadium. And once again, the ability of Corey Anderson to judge his innings to perfection, pacing it in such a way that he launches at the very appropriate second, that really is a skill that is honed by years and years of international cricket. And he now has his team. By the way, that stroke brought up the 104 for 2. We're to the last 39 deliveries of the innings. And this pair is well set. They together have already made or put on, make that 84 runs for the third wicket. And, you know, we talk about shifting through the gears. They're absolutely shifting through the gears. And Corey Anderson now 55, make that 53 from 23 with 1 4 and 6 sixes. And Norman Anwar dismissed for 9. Rishi Ramesh dismissed for 2. And forgive us while we're taking selfies here in the commentary area. Bowling again now to Corey Anderson. Slower delivery. Tries to go down the leg side. That's going to be wide. So that doesn't make things easier. An extra ball, extra run. And boy, I'm telling you, you'll see exactly throwing Aaron Nedcarney in at the deep end. We'll see what that looks like, because Corey Anderson well and truly on a mission, looking to score big here. In the same direction again, and that's going to be 6 more in the stands. So dragging this one just a little bit wider than that straight hit that he had a couple of overs ago, but still clears the head of long on. Another 16 from the over so far. Here we see not the worst of deliveries, it has to be said. Kept keeping it outside the line of off stump, trying to keep it out of the hitting zone, but Corey Anderson has good reach, and he drags this one from probably a 6th stump line over the top of long on. And unfortunately, again, we have another lost ball. Sometimes when the ball goes in the seats, it can, for some reason, the seats are all right there, and there's nobody in the seats, obviously, but sometimes the ball can be lost. And I think they've retrieved the ball, but the bigger issue is that that ball may have been defaced, probably from banging into the concrete as many times as it has been. So you see both umpires, Vishnu Pillai and Samir Bandekar, having a look at that ball, and I think they're signaling that they want a replacement ball. So just for those who are not in the know, if you're playing a cricket match, by any means necessary, you need to try to keep the same ball in play. The same ball from the first ball of the over to the final ball of the innings. The first ball of the first over is what I meant. But if the ball is defaced, if it becomes scuffed, if it is hit into the stands and keeps bouncing off of concrete, then you can't use that same ball. If it's in any way destroyed or damaged, you have to get a replacement ball. But in choosing a replacement ball, the umpires are very meticulous in trying to get a ball that is in a similar state or similar condition to the one that needs to be replaced, obviously without whatever damage it is to the ball that's being replaced. It's a relatively meticulous process, because the umpires inspect probably 5, 6, 7 balls before they come up with one that is most similar to the one that needs to be replaced. And Corey Anderson, I think, coming across to have a look at the replacement ball to make sure he's happy with that ball as well. So Aaron Nadkarni here, I mentioned that I don't know that they'd want to be bowling the youngsters at the death with Corey Anderson and everybody else in full flow. Well, a 91-run partnership is underway here, and Corey Anderson up to 59 from 24, 7 sixes to go along with 1 4. I mentioned that he had the second number of 4s in the team. That's because he keeps hitting 6s. Nadkarni around the wicket still, slower and launched out of the ground again. We may have another situation where we need another replacement ball. Tried the slower delivery, getting it just a little too straight, and unfortunately, once again, the young Katie Speedster trying the slower delivery to Corey Anderson, but from around the wicket, for me, that's always going to be an easier hit for the left-hander. Here we see on the replay again, around the wicket, slower, and it sits up and begs to be whacked, and that's exactly what Corey Anderson did. And so here we see good camera work to follow the bouncing ball. The ball going all the way out of the ground. And once again, another replacement ball. We're going through the full budget of replacement balls. 22 from the over so far. Goes over the wicket. For me, this is a much better angle. See, that's going to be 4, but that gives you a better chance of getting a wicket. It's an under edge that flies past the off stump that easily could have gone onto the off stump. Nevertheless, it's only a moral victory, a Pyrrhic moral victory for Aaron Nadkarni. Here we see on the replay that edge could have gone anywhere, but this time it goes for 4. So 26 runs coming from over number 14, the biggest of the innings so far. 21 came from over number 13. Before that, 12 from over number 12. So the last several overs have yielded tons of runs. 76 from the last 5. So 14 up, the score is 121 for 2. And that brings up the 100-run partnership with that stroke, by the way. 121 for 2. We'll be right back. Shubham Johnny back into the attack with all the activity off of the bat of Corey Anderson. You forget that he has a partner at the other end, Sujith Gowda. 34 from 32, make that 35 from 33. He's faced 4, make that 7 more balls than Corey Anderson has, and Corey Anderson almost has double his score. Corey Anderson 69 from 26, Sujith Gowda 35 from 33. Partnership now worth some 102 runs. And the Dallas Mustangs, after a really sedate start to the innings, are at the stage where they're now looking to accelerate, and you can't give any additional runs to Corey Anderson and the Dallas Mustangs. They don't need help, as you can see from the last several deliveries, or the last several overs. 123 runs, scoring right now at the rate of 8.68 and over. The current run rate projects to 174. It's not long ago where we were saying the current run rate projected to 74. Oh, tries to whip this around the leg side. Corey Anderson misses out on the attempted hoik. And it's, again, a lesson to probably Aaron Nadkarni, who I think learned the lesson on the last ball of his last over. And then maybe to Hamza Khalid, if he comes back in, that the best way to keep a power-hitting left-hander quiet who wants to hit in the arc between mid-wicket and long on, the best way to keep him quiet is to go across him. In other words, over the wicket, which is what Shubham Ranjana is doing here. Full outside off, swing and a miss again. So 2 dot balls, a precious commodity. By the way, this is the Shubham Ranjani is into his 3rd over. No, my apologies. He's into his 4th over. So after this, he's bowled out. And then overs 16 through 20, you'd have to think Hamza Khalid would get one of those. I'd certainly think 2 of them would be bowled by the opening bowler, Pawan Suyal. Where do you get the other 2 from? In the air, is this catchable? It is catchable and taken. That is good work. Once again, Shubham Ranjani, a full toss, has to be said. But for me, without being too repetitive, it makes it a much more difficult hit for the power-hitting left-hander if that ball is hit, if it's delivered from over the wicket, where you create the angle with the ball going across him. That's what you see here. In fact, it was a lot straighter than I thought. But still, full toss is taken. The catch in the deep. Well judged. And you'll accept that all day, every day if you are the Lone Star Athletics. It's good to always see the back of the best batter in the side. But plenty damage done by Corey Anderson while he was there. 69 from 28 with 2 fours and 8 big sixes. So 123 for 3 is going to be the score now. And to the extent that you needed somebody to steady the ship and pull you out of trouble, I think the captain did exactly that. So a 103-run partnership, a huge partnership in the context of this game for the third wicket. And now with the fall of the wicket, that brings Hamad Azam to the crease. Now Hamad Azam is a powerful striker of the cricket ball himself. Maybe not quite as powerful as Corey Anderson, but still long levers, very tall, about 6'4", and can hit the ball a mile as well. You certainly lose the advantage if you are the Dallas Mustangs of having the left-hand, right-hand combination. But as of this stage, I don't think you're worrying much about that. You're just looking to find ways to keep the scoreboard ticking. The run rate all the way up to 8.39 now. So with the fall of Corey Anderson's wicket, you'd expect that that would come down some. At the same time, just 32 balls remaining in this innings, so you don't anticipate that these two will sit and sort of let the game come to them. They'll be looking to be more aggressive. First delivery played into the onside. That should just be a single. In fact, Hamad Azam just jogging that first one, just knowing that that's all he'll want. So 1 ball remaining in the spell of Shubham Ranjani. Only 1 wicket against his name, but that 1 wicket was the big one. The big fish, Corey Anderson, holding out in the deep. And now that brings Sujit Gowda back on strike. Sujit Gowda 35 from 33 with 3 fours and a 6. Great delivery. Tell you what, that was almost carried in the area to backward point, and now the overthrow from the captain, Sidesh Patari. He's sort of upset that nobody's backing up because they ended up giving away a run. So that gives away a run. 4 runs from the over, though. A brilliant over bowled by Shubham Ranjani. 125 for 3 is the score with 4 balls or 4, make that 5 overs remaining.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
So this, to me, makes more sense. When the left-hand finger spinner bowled it to Corey Anderson, he took him apart for 21 runs. But with the dismissal of Corey Anderson, left-hand spinner is back into the attack. But this first delivery, doesn't matter if it's a lefty or a righty, because if you bowl full tosses like that, Hamad Azam will bang it away over extra cover for 6. So you would have been buoyed by your chances with the back of Corey Anderson, but the first delivery, absolutely filthy. Full toss, well outside the line of off stump. I mentioned the reach that Hamad Azam has, really long arms, and gives it the long handle that time and flies away over extra cover for 6. So, in fact, my apologies. That wasn't Hamad Azam, that was Sujit Gowda. But either way, it's the quality of the delivery that got what it deserved. And this clipped around the corner should just be 2. In fact, yes, they come back for 2. Now it looks like Sujit Gowda, who is the one who's going to take things over after the dismissal of his captain, Corey Anderson. It is now up to him, you would think, to make sure that they keep the scoreboard ticking and keep going up toward what should be a total in the 160 range. This is dabbed into the offside for a single coming off the boundary, but they were always just going to look for 1 there. Hamad Azam is now going to be on strike. Hamad Azam has faced 1 ball so far, scored a single. But if he gets a full toss similar to the one that Sujit Gowda just received, then he can do what Sujit Gowda did with it and probably worse. So he's going to have to be careful here, Hotak, because 30 runs conceded already, just 1.3 balls in his spell. Ooh, half-hearted appeal, having a good look. Umpire taking a good look at that one, but then eventually umpire Pillai of the opinion that this is going down, I think. So I want to have another look. He'll see the replay coming up now. Left armer bringing it from around the wicket, wide of the crease, hitting him on the back foot. So what umpire Pillai would have had to consider there would have been whether or not it was bouncing over the top. I think that might have been the only thing that would have saved him. Appeal for a catch. Umpire Pillai, did he give it? No, I don't think he gave it. And nobody in the Lone Star Athletics is happy because those two deliveries, each of them thinks that they should have gotten a wicket. We don't have, in fact, no, they did give it. So Ahmad Azam is walking off. It took some time, but eventually raised the finger, umpire Pillai. Thought about it for a really long time and then raised the finger, apparently. I missed that live because it did take some time to make that decision. But here we see on the replay, coming up from around the wicket, looking to force it off the back foot. Both bowler and batter go up immediately, bowler and keeper rather. And there, umpire Pillai taking a long time, a really long time. Can't tell anything from that replay. It was a thin edge, so we don't know whether yes or no, but taking a really long time and then raising the finger. So Hamad Azam is now standing at the non-striker's end, as it is. So, in fact, Hamad Azam has been dismissed. And Sujit Gowda still at the crease, 45 from 37, and Ali Sheikh is now at the wicket. So one ball remaining in over number 16. A frenetic last several deliveries, as the first delivery, make that the fourth delivery of the over. They were convinced that they had him LBW, Hamad Azam. And then the next delivery is the one that took a wicket, apparently feathering the edge going through to wicket-keeper Shayan Jahangir. So Sujit Gowda standing at the non-striker's end, 45 from 37. And look at this. Ali Sheikh, who is not exactly Corey Anderson in terms of power, but is a power hitter, and he's left-handed. So you do have the situation again where the lefty is going to be turning the ball into the left-handed hitter. And Ali Sheikh, very aggressive, and only 25 balls remaining, so expect that he's not going to necessarily want to have a good look or long look. Plays this one down the ground, though. Just a single to close things out in over number 16. 10 runs coming from the over. At the end of 16, the score is 135 for 4. This is the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium in Grand Prairie, Texas. A much more pleasant day today, it has to be said. Temperature-wise, it's much cooler. I would say somewhere around 83 or 84 is what it feels like to me. In fact, I just looked and it says 90. I never saw that, or never thought that 90 degrees would feel as pleasant as this does. And it's also slightly overcast, so you certainly feel like you're not in the middle of the summer like we had been for the last several months. And it's still obviously nowhere near winter. It's going to be probably 4 months before it's anything close to cold here in the Dallas area. But under these conditions, this is a lovely, lovely setting for cricket, high-level cricket, minor league cricket here in the Grand Prairie area. And of course, the Grand Prairie Stadium is our latest new shiny offering. Ali Sheikh, having taken a single off the last ball of the previous over, is now going to be facing up to Milind Kumar. stroking it down the ground, and Milind Kumar, I think, has been brought in to bowl to the left-handed Ali Sheikh, looking to turn that ball away from him. Bowled 2 overs already, went for 20. In fact, 2.1 overs with that single, 20. But he's certainly going to be, I would think, looking to bowl here now in over number 17. I don't know that you give him over number 19. And I certainly don't think you give him over number 20. Off the back foot. They want 2. Are they going to get it? Yes. Running, coming back to the keeper's end. An easy 2. And in fact, you heard Milind Kumar, I'm sorry, you heard Sujit Gowda call for that 2. So he now moves up to 47. 47 from 38. So 3 away from an important 50. Took a long time to get going, but has had his foot, if not on the gas, at least going a little bit faster for the last several overs. Of course, he took sort of a passenger seat while Corey Anderson was doing what Corey Anderson does. But you would think that he's now going to be tasked with shepherding the side toward a bigger total. And from now, 139 runs, I think you're probably approaching par territory, but you'd still want to tack on another 20 to 30 runs the rest of the way if you're the Dallas Mustangs. Ali Sheikh trying to go down the leg side. That ball is a wide. It does go down the leg side. And so with 3 delivers remaining in this over, you would think this is over number 17. So over number 18, one would think would be bowled by Pawan Suyal. I would have to think that he bowls overs 18 and 20. So Pawan Suyal, if he bowls 18 and 20, over number 19, I would have to think would be bowled by Hamza Khalid. And a little bit of a delay. Not exactly sure what the issue is. Looking here. Short, trying to go down the leg side. Tell you what, that ball bounced much more than expected by Ali Sheikh. Missed that live when it happened, but apparently that caught him on the side of the helmet. And so in those conditions, the concussion protocol is that you have to go through a series of checks. So that's why you see the brass onto the field right now, just making sure that Ali Sheikh is okay. Of course, you don't ever want to see anyone get hurt, and so that protocol is there for a reason, and I think it's a very wise decision here at minor league cricket for them to incorporate into the playing conditions the same condition that exists in ICC regulated games, where somebody's hit on the head. You take some time to make sure that they're okay. Ask them a couple questions. How much did Corey Anderson score? What's your current run rate? Questions that you can answer, at least that you can be reasonably sure that they can answer with enough certainty that you know that there is no concern for a concussion. Has to be said that was a spinner who delivered that ball, Milind Kumar. So even though it did hit him in the head, I don't think that there's much danger or much threat of there being a serious injury. Milind Kumar probably bowling around 55 to 60 miles an hour. So even though that ball bounced a little extra, it's not exactly a pace bowler bowling. Looking to force it off the back foot. And no run there. So 1 ball remaining here in over number 17. The last 19 deliveries remaining in the innings. See what Ali Sheikh can get going from this ball. Forcing it off the back foot back to the bowler. Good over. Really good over. 5 coming from it. 66 from the last 5. So 13.2 is your over rate in the last 5. And we'll see exactly how far the Dallas Mustangs can go. After 17, the score is 140 for 4.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
So just as suspected, Pawan Suyal is back into the attack. You would think the ball overs 18 and 20. Bowling now to Sujit Gowda. Short delivery. Sails away over the top and too high for the liking of umpire Samir Bandeker at square leg, immediately signaling wide. So that is a wide delivery. It also counts as the one short ball for the over. Any more balls that are that short, or at least that are bouncing over the head of the, or at least over the shoulder of the batter in a normal standing position, will be adjudged as a no ball. So he's going to have the ball fuller here, Pawan Suyal. Short, skied into the outfield. Long run, great attempt by the fielder running across from cover, but not able to get to it. That was a truly brilliant effort, it has to be said. A long run. It looks like Shubham Ranjani. Here he comes, middle of your screen now, coming in and, just out of his reach. Made the run all the way across from cover, but not able to keep up with that one. It was another short of length delivery, not quite as short as the previous one, but my goodness, that would have taken some catching, but he made it really very close there, Shubham Ranjani. Now Ali Sheikh on strike, facing up to the left-hander, looking to curl this ball away. If there's any swing, it will be away from Ali Sheikh. Powers it into the gap between mid-wicket and long on. Do they come back for two? No, just a single. So good bowling here by Pawan Suyal, wanting to just make sure that he keeps the ball out of the hitting zone. And of course, it's a lot more difficult to attack Pawan Suyal than it would have been to attack, for example, the spinners who bowled earlier. But at this stage, if you are Dallas, 143 for 4, you only have another 16 balls remaining, so you'd have to be thinking everything has to go from here. If not reckless, you're looking to score, work some magic off of every single ball the rest of the way. And Sujit Gowda on 49, facing up to Pawan Suyal. Short, worked into the leg side for his 50. Not going to have a second run there, but that's a very important 50 in the context of this game. You might be able to hear the applause for Sujit Gowda. Once again, one of the better batters for me in the league. So the fact that he'd only scored 39 runs in the season so far was a bit of a surprise, but showing his class here with an important 50 from 41. And if you're going to rely on somebody to shepherd you through the rest of the innings, my vote would probably be for Sujit Gowda. In the meantime, Ali Sheikh back on strike. Swipe across the line, not able to make contact. Looking to play that one very square. That ball didn't bounce quite as much as he was expecting, I don't think. Ali Sheikh, left armer, bowling over the wicket. In fact, that ball tailing back in, so a bit of reverse swing. That's something to pay attention to. A little bit of a reverse swing, and if you're bowling that reverse swinging Yorker at pace, that might be something for Ali Sheikh to look out for. That's well played. And it just goes to extra cover, just a single. So down to the last 13 deliveries of the innings. One ball remaining in over number 18. 145 runs on the board for the Dallas Mustangs. Of course, Ali Sheikh, has to be said, one of the more bright lights in all of USA cricket. Played for them in the major leagues for the Los Angeles Knight Riders. He was drafted by the Knight Riders in the draft. Yorker length delivery, what a great ball. That is not a lot that Sujit Gowda can do with that. He somehow digs it out and gets a single to boot. But 6 runs from your strike bowler when he comes back into bowl over number 18 is a really good development. End of 18, the score is 146 for 4.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
So over number 19 about to start. And this is a curious move for me. Bringing the spinner on Milind Kumar, who's bowled already 3 overs, none for 24 from his 3, but bowling a spinner in over number 19 to a left-hander who loves hitting big, 4 from 8, and then to righty Sujith Gowda, who's 50 from 42. Once again, feels like a bit of a roll of the dice. Let's see what happens from here. Bowling to Gowda, clipping this one into the gap at deep mid wicket. No, they'll only just get 1. So a good start to the over. Milind Kumar's figure so far, 3 overs, make that 3.1 overs, none for 24. But he has a lot of work to do to keep this pair quiet, and in particular, Ali Sheikh, who is now going to be looking big, probably in this direction. Not able to pierce that gap behind point on the offside, though. That's good bowling so far by Milind Kumar. Oh, looking big again. This is really intelligent bowling by Milind Kumar. Again, you know, what do I know? My sense is that it would have been a better choice to bring the pace bowler in, but the captain knows clearly much more than I do. Because a good over in progress here by Milind Kumar. Reverse sweep, gets away down the hill, runs away for 4. So Ali Sheikh breaking out the reverse sweep, did not see that one coming. And I think that may have also surprised the fielding side. The Lone Star Athletics were not expecting that shot. Look at this. There. Switching hands and getting it past that fielder, diving away to his left at short fine leg. In fact, that's backward point. He made it into short fine leg with the reverse sweep. But that's good work. Looking to manufacture something here. Height, but how much distance? In fact, plenty of distance. It goes all the way for 6. So, a twist in the tail. And we'll see here, in fact, this ball is coming right in this direction. So a miserly couple of deliveries to start the over, but then a 4 and then a 6. And all of a sudden, what started out as a very sedate over, and it was a good, effective over in progress by Milind Kumar, but it does go for 6 the last ball, and then the one before that went for 4. So a handful of runs, flurry of runs, 1 ball remaining here and over in number 19. Reverse sweep, and it goes over the top of the fielder's short third, and it goes away for 4 more. So a handful of dots and a single, and then 4-6-4 to close things out here for Ali Sheikh. So accelerating beautifully towards the back end of the innings, and at the end of 19, that's a good passage of play for Ali Sheikh and the Dallas Mustangs. 19 up, the score is 161 for 4. Sedate start for the Dallas Mustangs, but they've roared to life in the last 10 or so overs. First by Corey Anderson and Sujith Gowda, and now Sujith Gowda and the left-hander Ali Sheikh are accelerating towards the finish line. Last 6 deliveries, Pawan Sayal bowling, and this is clipped away in the deep. Long run, and he takes it easily, and Nitish Kumar makes it look so easy. He patrols that outfield in such effective fashion. That ball clipped away to deep mid-wicket, and he had about maybe 10 or 15 yards to make to his left, so that's never easy. Number 1, it's never easy to catch running laterally, and then number 2, running to his weak side, but he makes that look so easy. Nitish Kumar with a brilliant catch, excellent work in the deep, and that is the end of the day with the bat for Sujit Gowda. But he played an important innings in the context of this game because when he came in, they were wobbling and then took some time to get going, but eventually got to the point where he put an important score on the board, 51 from 44 with 3 fours and 2 sixes. So very important in the context of this game. And so now Ali Sheikh is at the non-strikers end. This is going to be, in fact, that's Nosh Kenjige, who's at the wicket, at the fall of that wicket, because, in fact, 2 young spinners, well, I don't know if you can call Nosh Kenjige young anymore. He's probably about around 30 years old by now, but 2 of the better spinners that you'll find anywhere, both left-handed spinners, but he's a right-handed batter, Nosh Kenjige, so he has some work to do here. Look for the scoop shot. Short, and goes over the top, tries to guide it over the top, but cannot beat short third, and it is gone. So one delivery, very honestly, had he left that ball alone, that would have been adjudged a wide. It was very short, and Nosh Kenjige is not a very tall man. So he almost had to reach off of his feet, almost had to get off of his feet to play that one. Had he simply left that alone, it would easily have been judged a wide. But he only ends up spooning a pretty simple catch to short third. So to start over number 20, no runs have scored and 2 wickets off the first 2 balls. So all of a sudden, he's on a hat trick. Pawan Suyal bowling his last over. His figures so far, 3.2 overs, 2 for 13. Boy, here we see on the replay again. Look at this. Look where he plays this ball, reaching well above his head and almost on, as they say, on his tippy toes to get to that one. A very straightforward catch taken. That was Shreyan Satish. This will also give us a good look from the opposite angle. Reaching up, trying to guide that one. That tells me that there was an element of premeditation to that shot. Nothing that there's wrong it, not that there's anything wrong with that. And he scores very heavily in that area sometimes, just either with scoops or sweeps or reverse sweeps. But this time I think had he left that one alone, it would have been adjudged a wide. So, the wicket-keeper batter at the wicket now. This is going to be Prathamesh Pawar facing the hat-trick ball. Pulls this away. In fact, he doesn't exactly make clean contact, but he does save the hat-trick and immediately getting off the mark. So you'll take that. Now that is up to Ali Sheikh to break out some more of this enterprising batting style that you're accustomed to seeing from him. Couple of reverse sweeps in that last over. Certainly don't think that he'll reverse sweep the pace bowler, but I'm anticipating that he'll find some way to try to manufacture scoring opportunity. Dallas may have enough runs. 162 is a lot. And the bevy of left-handed spinners that Dallas has, I think, are very effective. This is slammed down the ground, but one bounce to Nitish Kumar. Good work in the deep. And just a single. So 2 runs from over number 20 so far with 2 balls remaining. And this is good bowling by Pawan Suyal. Doing well to sort of wrest the initiative back from Dallas. Dallas had been on the ascendancy for the last several overs, but a couple of wickets to start this last over sort of levels the playing field a little bit. So Ali Sheikh, in fact, this is now Pawan Suyal back on strike. Skied in the air. Who is going to be there? Long run by Shine Jahangir, and he takes it easily. So behind the stumps, Shine Jahangir makes about 25 yards to his right. If the man with the gloves has the opportunity to take the catch, you give it to him, he'll take it every time. And Shine Jahangir is not only a brilliant opening batter, but one of the better wicketkeeper batters you'll find anywhere. Here's the delivery, the replay. Skied, and look at Shine Jahangir, middle of your screen, running to his left, running to his right, our left, and taking it easily. Very straightforward catch for him. The difficult part was doing the work to get to that ball, but having gotten to it, he was always going to be able to take that easily. So 3 wickets from the last over so far, and only 2 runs scored, if you can believe this. So Dallas with plenty of runs on the board, but Houston make that Lone Star will be very happy with the way that Pawan Soyal is closing out this innings. And now coming into bat, this is going to be Roman Raiz. Roman Raiz, number 5, facing up to his opposite number, meaning his fellow left-arm fast bowler, Pawan Soyal. Here's the last ball of the innings. Goes for the Yorker, and it squeezes away through behind point. In fact, it beats slip and goes away for 4. A fortuitous boundary, but important runs here for Dallas. And you'll absolutely take that. That's a nice bonus to close things out here in over number 20. Look at that huge gap between slip and the keeper. And absolutely off the bottom edge of the bat and squirting away in that gap, racing back behind the batters or behind the keeper for 4. So a strong close to the innings for the Dallas Mustangs. Again, just wobbling a little bit there in overs 17 through 19. But Ali Sheikh and then Roman Raiz putting together a little bit of a partnership at the back end. Ali Sheikh finishes up 19 from 14. Roman Raiz 4 from that one that he faced. But the big one for me, Sujith Gowda 51 from 44. And of course, Captain Corey Anderson 69 from 29. Tremendous partnership. They put on 103 runs for the 3rd wicket. And that, for me, is the biggest difference in the game so far. For the bowlers, Pawan Soyal, easily the best of the bowlers for me. 4 overs, 3 for 19. Hamza Khalid bowled well, 3 overs, 1 for 20 until Corey Anderson got stuck into him. Shubham Ranjani did well, 4 overs, 1 for 15. Aaron Nadkarni also got stuck into by Corey Anderson, 3 overs, 42. And Milind Kumar, 4 overs for 39. And Amir Hamza Hotak, 2 overs, 1 for 31. So that's the story here from the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium. The Lone Star Athletics choosing to insert the Dallas Mustangs, and the Mustangs 167 for 7 means that after a short break, the Lone Star Athletics will have the short but enviable task of chasing 168 runs for victory. So join us in about 15 minutes. We'll be right back. Edge of Naman Anwar's bat. Edged and taken, so he repeats the ball. This time, scoring is difficult. Whipped away, oh my goodness, he's going to get 4, but that is not far away from play. Full and driven and straight to mid-off for a wicket. My goodness. Correctly, and his team had well more than 170 runs. Lofted in the air, flies over the top. Corey Anderson, short, pulled into the gap between square leg and mid-wicket. It goes away for 4. Next delivery, short, hammered away into the deep. So he tried to go short to Sujith Gowda. And Corey Anderson does what you expect him to do, goes big, and that is in the innings. Full, whipped around the corner, some work here for Shreyan Satish. Good diving attempt, but was not able to complete area. Around the wicket to Corey Anderson, lofts it down the ground, launches it out of the ground. Khalid, bang down the ground, but catchable. Oh my goodness. Falling, slamming this over the top for 6. Essentially dictates that the ball will be coming in this direction. That's going to be 6 more. Boy, he has his hand on. Keep this outside the line of ball. Full toss, and he launches it out of the stadium. Score big here. In the same direction again, and that's going to be 6 more. In the around the wicket, still slower, and launched out of the ground again. We may have another situation where we need another replacement ball. The other 2 from. In the air, is this catchable? It is catchable and taken. I think that might have been the only thing that would have saved him. Appeal for a catch. Umpire Pillai. Did he get height, but how much distance? In fact, plenty of distance. It goes all the way for 6. So, 19. Reverse sweep, and it goes over the top of the fielder, short third. And delivers Pawan Sayal bowling, and this is clipped away in the deep. Long run, and he takes it easily. And then Tish Kumar makes it look so easy for the scoop shot. Short, and goes over the top. Tries to guide it over the top, but cannot beat short third. And it is gone. Skied in the air. Who is going to be there? Long run by Shine Jahangir, and he takes it easy. Goes for the Yorker, and it squeezes away through behind point. In fact, it beats slip and goes away for 4. A fortuitous boundary, but
You're watching the Sunoco Minor League Cricket Championship, brought to you by our 2023 partners.
Welcome back to the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium. The umpires, Samir Bandekar and Vishnu Pillai, are already back onto the field. The Dallas Mustangs, after putting up 167 runs, are now in a team huddle. And the opening batters for the Lone Star Athletics, Nitish Kumar and Shaheen Jahangir, are making their way to the center. So it's going to be an interesting chase. It's not a low score. I think it's above par score. I was thinking earlier that par would have been somewhere around 145, 150. And having gotten to a decent total, a total that included a huge partnership from Corey Anderson and Sujit Gowda of 103, that gets them in the position of having something to aim at, something to bowl at. And the Dallas Mustangs have a really good bowling side. They have excellent fast bowlers. Ruman Reyes, the left arm fast bowler, is probably going to bowl, probably be the second one opening the bowling from the theater end is probably going to be, in fact, there we see him taking his cap off. Ehsan Adil, the former Pakistani test and limited overs fast bowler. So he bowls well. Right arm, quick. He's somewhere around 6'5", and the fast bowler from the opposite end I just mentioned, Ruman Reyes, is a left arm fast bowler, swings it into the right-handers. Then when it comes to spin, Nosh Kenjige is probably the best spinner in the country, left armer. There's also Sujit Gowda, who bowls, even though he's not a frontline spinner, but he bowls useful off spin. And then Ali Sheikh, who is a brilliant all-rounder, excellent anywhere on the field. I've said a number of times, for my money, the best fielder in the country. And then, of course, backup seam options would include Hamad Azam. And even Naman Anwar can turn his arm over and bowl some spin and some medium pace. So the riches are tremendous for Captain Corey Anderson. In fact, I didn't even mention Corey Anderson as a potential bowler. But you expect that they will sort of put their foot down and try to make an impression on this opening partnership. But the opening partnership is an aggressive one. The Lone Star Athletics bat very heavy at the top. What I mean by that is their 1, 2, and 3 batters are probably among the best in the league. After you get past 1, 2, and 3, then their batting lineup isn't quite as strong. But that initial 1, 2, and 3 are going to be, you would think, really prominent if they're going to chase down this total. Here's Ehsan Adil. First delivery, looking to slash this one away. Look at Ehsan Adil. Ehsan Adil has had his tail up this entire weekend. And after the delivery, he ends up literally 2 feet away from Shaheen Jahangir. That follow-through takes him all the way. Look at Ehsan Adil here. Look on the replay. Right arm over the wicket, delivers there. When he delivers, he's 22 yards away. And look at the follow-through. Keeps coming, and he says a lot. He has a lot to say to Shaheen Jahangir. That's something always that tickles me. So dot ball to start things here, though. Right arm over the wicket again. Shaheen Jahangir. Whoa, this is very wide. In fact, it goes straight to Naman Anwar at slip instead of to the keeper. And that's one you don't want to see as a keeper. In fact, as a slip fielder. Because instead of thudding into the gloves of the keeper, it actually goes to the bare hand of Naman Anwar. And it's something that it's kind of curious, because if a fast bowler bowls a delivery and it thuds off of the ground and goes straight to the slip fielder, more often than not, he will be injured by it. Look at this. Very wide. Gets it too wide and straight to Naman Anwar. But if that same delivery takes the edge off the bat, probably around the same pace, or even if it was an attempted drive and it picks up pace, then the slip fielder gets it easily. So that's always something that's been curious to me. Better delivery here, not the width that was on that last one. It's just played off the back foot for a single by Shaheen Jahangir. look for Shine Jahangir because he's naturally very aggressive. In fact, he has the mentality of a fast bowler in an opening batter's body because he does not like being dictated to. And he's the kind of batter who's going to want to attack back. So I don't anticipate that if Ehsan Adil continues bowling to him and running down the wicket to him, that he'll just sit there and take it. He's going to be the kind of batter who wants to give it as well as he gets it. This is Nitish Kumar. Going back in his crease and half-hearted appeal. In fact, a really loud appeal for LBW, not given. Umpire Bandekar indicating that it was slipping down leg. I've said half-hearted appeal. There's nothing about that appeal that was half-hearted. Let's see here on the replay. Getting very close to the stumps, bowling wicket to wicket, but then extra movement. No question that movement off the seam is taking it down the leg side. A good decision by umpire Bandekar. So 3 deliveries in, and there's a leg by. So there's a run of every flavor. There's a leg by, there's a wide, and there's a run off the bat. So Ehsan Adil with 3 more balls to go here in this first over. Remember, the target is 168. Wrapped on the pad, having a good look, and he gives it this time. Full and straight. Again, Ehsan Adil gets very close to the stumps when he delivers, almost bowling wicket to wicket at pace. And so if you play across the ball in any way, as Shine Jahangir did, then you find yourself trapped on the crease. And boy, if you miss that straight one, I want to have a look at this, but umpire Bandekar is a good umpire, and it certainly was not bouncing over the top. We are sort of square of the wicket, so we can't tell line, but this should give us a good idea here. Very close to the stump, bowling wicket to wicket, full and straight, and that little bit of movement again. Very similar to delivery to the dismissal that was turned down, or the appeal that was turned down. This one starting a little bit more outside off stump, and then cutting back in off the seam. For me, that's smashing into middle, maybe middle and leg, but definitely that one is adjacent enough to be a judge LBW. So the first wicket goes down. My goodness, this is exactly what you did not want if you are the Lone Star Athletics, because I mentioned it earlier, their top 3 bat very well. The rest of their lineup, not quite as much. There you see on the replay. This will also give us a different look. Ehsan Adil, look how close he gets to the stumps and just bowling wicket to wicket. Shine Jahangir looking to play that one to mid-wicket when he probably should have been trying to play in the V. And look at the reaction by Ehsan Adil. Knows that he got his man, and that is a body blow to the Lone Star Athletics. Let's just look at their bowling or their batting attack. The best batter in this side is Nitish Kumar. He's the non-striker. Finish going through that in a minute, because this is Gaurav Bajaj, who's coming in at number 3. Tries to slash this one away and misses. And Ehsan Adil, again, as chirpy as you like, right in the face of Gaurav Bajaj, and probably telling him something about that delivery that he didn't see. 3 for 1. My goodness, this is good bowling by the big fast bowler. So, looking again at this replay, getting close to the stumps. Look how close to the stumps you get. Oh, this one. Oh, in fact, this is not the wicket delivery, but the first ball to go over Bajaj, cutting back off the seam. 2 balls remaining here in over number 1. Ehsan Adil with his tail up, as he has been all this entire weekend. Oh, great ball. Fizzing past the outside edge. And in fact, that is the last ball of the over. What a great delivery. What a great over by Ehsan Adil. Gets the Lone Star Athletics on the back foot immediately. Dallas Mustangs looking to defend 168. Have the Lone Star Athletics 3 for 1 after 1.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go rewards, when you fuel, you save because rewards come first.
So to finish the thought, then the Lone Star Athletics, I mentioned, bat very well at the top of the order. The best batters in the season are Nitish Kumar, Shayan Jahangir, and Milind Kumar. But it's also the fact that those three batters are the only three who have more than 100 runs on the season. Take another look at this wicket now. Look how close he gets to the stumps, bowling wicket to wicket, dead straight. In fact, no, that's not the wicket. That's the that's the first ball to Gaurav Bajaj. So we'll have the chance to look at the wicket a little bit later. But more to the point, Nitish Kumar, 284 runs on the season. Shayan Jahangir, 219 runs on the season. Milind Kumar, 131 runs on the season. Those three are the only ones who have accumulated more than 100 runs. The next closest is Shubham Ranjani, and he has 85 runs for the entire season. So a single to start things here. Roman Rai is the left-arm fast bowler operating from the racetrack and racecourse end. And so what that does is puts a lot of pressure on those top three at the top of the order. Nitish Kumar is always at this stage going to be batting with pressure because Milind Kumar to come, I would think, coming in next. But after that, the batters have not necessarily put their hands up and shown much ability, maybe not ability, that's harsh, shown much results or provided much results with the bat. But bearing in mind, this is the exact same situation that was faced by Sujit Gowda coming into today's match. He'd only had 39 runs for the season, and he puts a big 50 on the board. So a lot can happen, and statistics can tell any story that you want them to tell. But I think big picture right now, it's going to be up to this opening bowling pair of Ehsan Adil and Roman Rais to keep these batters quiet. Oh, look at that. That's the delivery from the left hander we talked about before. Left armor comes curling in from over the wicket and threatening the inside edge of the bat. In fact, no signal from umpire Pillai. So I'm thinking that just kissed off the inside edge of the bat and trickled down to short fine leg. Nitish Kumar now back on strike. None from two. The Lone Star Athletics chasing 168 for victory. They've wobbled a little bit here to start over or to start the innings. And Roman Rais with the left hand over angle bowling now to Nitish Kumar. That's well bowled. And Nitish Kumar hopping. So a fielder coming in from the short mid wicket that appears to be Nosh Kenjige came running in. In fact, that's Sujit Gowda. Came running in and underhanded or attempted to underhand a throw at the stumps, ended up hitting Nitish Kumar in the back and then walks over and gives him a big hug. I don't know that Nitish Kumar is in a hugging mood right now, but it's good to see the sportsmanship. Next delivery, well played. On the back foot and just defending. Corey Anderson, the captain, patrolling that cover region as he always does. No run. So it's going to be an interesting passage of play because you would think that at this stage, even though given that the Mustangs started very slowly, they have the capability of making it up deeper into the innings. But if you take quick wickets against the Lone Star Athletics, I don't know that they're constructed in the same way that the Mustangs are. So they may have less room for error at this stage of the innings. Launched high down the ground, but how much distance? Not much. Ali Sheikh is after it. Oh, what a spectacular catch. Oh, my goodness. Oh, you'll never, ever see a better catch than that. That ball went 150 feet in the air, I would estimate, and he ran back from mid-on, probably halfway to the boundary diagonally. The ball was always moving away from him, and he somehow finds it in the air and completes a spectacular catch. You are never going to see a better catch than that. I want to see this replay launched down the ground. Look at Ali Sheikh. Oh, we'll see the replay in a minute. We just lost it there for a second. But he makes a tremendous amount of distance. And that is what wins matches for you. You've heard the saying, catches win matches. Here is now the replay. Looking to get things going. Nitish Kumar coming down. And look at Ali Sheikh, a skier. The ball is in the air for an eternity. Ali Sheikh with the long run and the dive and pouches it. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard me say earlier today that you're not going to see a better fielder in this country than Ali Sheikh. That is evidence of it right there. Spectacular. 5 for 2 is the score, and 2 huge body blows have been landed here on the bodies of the Lone Star Athletics by the Dallas Mustangs. Oh, that was breathtaking. That one will be on all of the top 10 highlight shows, cricket related and possibly not cricket related, the rest of the week. And so now Milind Kumar is the batter who is at the wicket at the fall of that wicket. Gaurav Bajaj and Milind Kumar are the two at the crease now. And I spoke about the batting resources that the Lone Star Athletics have. I think they're in trouble here. Oh, pacey delivery. That might have just come off of the glove of Milind Kumar. Does well to keep it away from the stumps. But my goodness, that is the end of over number 2. What an absolutely brilliant catch by Ali Sheikh to stamp an over where only 2 runs score. 5 for 2 after 2.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस, इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
5 for 2, and Ehsan Adil will be taking the new ball again from the theater end to bowl his second over, third of the innings. But we're going to have another look at this catch because, ladies and gentlemen, you are not going to see a better catch than this at any level of cricket. The delivery into the body of the batter Nitish Kumar skies it, skipping down, and look at Ali Sheikh. Look at that catch. Just absolutely breathtaking. Going back live, oh, this ball zips past the outside edge. A little bit of a tentative shot by Gaurav Bajaj, not able to get any bat on it. But again, I have to keep saying it. That run, he made up a good 30 or so yards. So he's probably 2/3 of the way to the boundary, but he's running diagonally. So he's not running directly from the 30-yard circle to the boundary. Running diagonally. The ball is going away from him the entire time, and he still manages to find it in the air and complete an absolute stunner of a catch. Short delivery, just outside the line of off, looking to force this away off the back foot, Gaurav Bajaj, but not able to get anything on it. Probably slightly fortuitous there for Ehsan Adil that was not adjudged to have been a wide. And now Milind Kumar having a chat with Gaurav Bajaj because this pair has to realize how important they are. The 2 best batters have been dismissed. And look at that ball swing after it passes the bat, by the way. But as I was saying, this pair has to realize how important they are. And the 2 best batters on the side, Nitish Kumar and Shayan Jahangir, have both been dismissed. So this pair has a big job to do. Look at this. A half-hearted appeal. That ball, in fact, the only person appealing is in the slips court, and not much of an appeal from the keeper, and then none at all from Ehsan Adil himself. But 3 good balls to start the inning of the over here for Ehsan Adil. His 1.3 overs have only cost him 2 runs, and he has taken a wicket. So again, I've kept saying it. His tail is up, and he's looking to continue to press home the advantage. Just hearing some words of wisdom from Hamad Azam. Hamad Azam fielding at mid-off. And Ali Sheikh, you saw what he did a second ago. He's at mid-on. He is absolutely the worst person in the world to hit the ball to if you're the opposition. Looking to come down the wicket. Boy, look, here's another confrontation between Ehsan Adil and Gaurav Bajaj. You know, I think it was Viv Richards who once said, you can stare down a bowler as long as you can. You'll always win that stare down because eventually the bowler has to walk back to his mark. So, and there you see the smile on Ehsan Adil's face. Was 4 dot balls, big picture, 4 dot balls bowled here in over number 3. And working on a maiden here is Ehsan Adil. And you can tell that Gaurav Bajaj is getting antsy. He's been there for 7 deliveries. He's only scored 1 run. Here's the big fast bowler again. Great delivery. Was that a catch? I don't know that was a catch. Look at umpire. Nope. That's just a bye signal by umpire Bandekar. But that ball cut back in off the seam. He's really getting that ball to move both directions, Ehsan Adil. And it moved in off the seam. Looking at this replay, look at this ball move after it pitches. There, cutting him in half too. That is a brilliant, brilliant delivery. And now a change in the field as deep third is being put back on the boundary. And in fact, that's not necessarily third. It's a very wide, almost like a wide backward point. And strengthening up the slip cordon. Slip cordon. Roddy with SC Tech and Production seems to suggest that this is a test match. Look at those 3 slips in possession. How often do you see 3 slips in a T20? There's 3 slips and now a gully. This is a test match field. Well, 3 slips and a backward point. But still, look at this field. Ehsan Adil has to have his tail up looking at this field. Boy, going full attack here, Corey Anderson. Here's Ehsan Adil with the last ball of the third. And defended in front of the stumps. What an amazing over, an interesting over. 1 run scoring from it. And Ehsan Adil doing exactly what you want your opening fast bowler to do. The ball is talking, his tail is up. 6 for 2 after 3. Welcome back to the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium. My goodness. Brilliance by the Dallas Mustangs. They've dragged themselves back into the game after a sedate start and then have roared ahead of the field in my estimation, because the Lone Star Athletics are well and truly on the back foot. We'll go through a summary in a minute. This is Roman Raiz. Oh, hard length, and it's jagging into the body of Gaurav Bajaj. Again, that left armor bowling from over the wicket. That ball is seaming and swinging inward. And so anything that you can do to keep those types of deliveries out, you have to do, because Roman Raiz, even though he's not as tall as Ehsan Adil, is no less quick. And it's almost like a Malcolm Marshall type delivery, where he's relatively short, but he has the ball rush onto you. It skids onto you and at pace. It's going to be very difficult for you to do much with those types of deliveries when he gets it right, Roman Raiz. So left arm over the wicket. Yorker drilled down the ground for 4. That is an excellent response by Gaurav Bajaj. He was getting a little antsy, but this one he gets the opportunity to play a full-blooded drive, and it goes right down the ground, piercing the gap between mid-on and mid-off, keeping it in the V, and he gets 4. Lovely looking shot. Proper cricket shot, has to be said. My goodness. Amid all the carnage and the excitement being generated in the field by Ehsan Adil and especially by Ali Sheikh. But doing well here, Gaurav Bajaj, to punch this ball down the ground for 4. See what kind of response here by Roman Reis. Better length, not drivable. And it's played in that backward point area that is going to be Nosh Kenjige, one of the better fielders, not only just in the side but in the country. But my goodness, you're not going to see a better fielder than Ali Sheikh. Just stunning, absolutely stunning. At some point, well, we'll definitely see that again at the highlights at the end of the day. But in the meantime, in the context of this game, it was a huge body blow because Nitish Kumar is the best batter in the side, at least statistically, this season for the Lone Star Athletics. And the fact that he has been dismissed, you'd have to get the sense, if you're Dallas, that you've cut the head off the snake, short and bouncing a second time before it gets to the keeper. Gaurav Bajaj has faced all 4 deliveries in this over. 3 dot balls to go along with that 4 down the ground, but you're always falling behind from this stage here if you are the Lone Star Athletics, because looking at the actual rate versus the required rate, the actual rate is only 2.73, and you need to score at the rate of 9.67 and over from here. If you're not scoring at 9.67, then essentially you're doing yourself a disservice, and it's hard to maintain that type of scoring rates over the course of 16 overs and 3 balls, or 2 balls. Roman Reis again. Oh, hear that ball thud into the pad. So he got 1 ball to drive in this over, and I don't think he's going to get any more to drive. This is excellent, excellent bowling. We're going to have in a short look at this profile. Look at Roman Reis. Angled run up, going all the way back, angled like the left-handed Garfield Sobers, Sir Garfield Sobers, then the load up and the delivery. That delivery, thudding into the pads. Excellent, excellent bowling by the left armor. And now 1 ball remaining here in over number 4. Driven wide of mid-off. Ahmad Azam is there to make sure that that ball doesn't get away. So just 5 coming from the over, which included a boundary down the ground. So doing well to pull things back after that, and literally pulling things back. He pulled his length back, and no more deliveries in that over for Gaurav Bajaj to drive. That's a good looking over. Roman Reis 2 overs so far, and his figures are 1 for 6. Ehsan Adil 1 for 2 from his 2 overs. And the opening fast bowlers are doing the work. 11 for 2 after 4.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Welcome back to the Grand Prairie Cricket Complex. Ehsan Adil, 2 overs, 1 for 2. He's going to be bowling his 3rd over. And again, he is fired up. Coming now into bowl to Milind Kumar. Oh, going past the outside edge. Milind Kumar. I said that he's one of the better batters in the lineup for the Lone Star Athletics. Milind Kumar drafted into the major leagues by the Texas Super Kings and had several good games with that team in the major leagues. His job here is simple: bat all the way through the end. You'd have to think that somebody who has his capability and his responsibility, that they're going to have to put their head down and bat all the way through the innings. Not a lot of batting to come after this pair, it has to be said, at least not based on the statistics for the year so far. Great ball, lifting and going past the outside edge again. And you're not getting a lot off of these opening fast bowlers. Ehsan Adil again, 2.2 overs, has only conceded 2 runs off of 14 balls bowled, and he has taken a wicket. So you're going to have to be very careful with him, but every time that you end up in the mindset that you're being careful that run rate creeps upward. So the required rate is now up above 10, 10.02. You're having to score more than 10 runs and over from here to win. And 11 for 2, that puts you on the back foot if you're the Lone Star Athletics. You're already starting to think, how many balls do I have left? Well, there's only 94 balls remaining. Ehsan Adil coming in now to bowl Gaurav Bajaj, 6 from 16. Slower delivery, that's well bowled, and he was about a week early into the shot, Gaurav Bajaj. Once again, I hate to keep saying it, but seeing a fast bowler with his tail up is always such an interesting sight. You see the look on his face. I think he knows that he's playing mind games, and the batters know that he's playing mind games, and he's having trouble keeping a straight face. But he certainly is affecting the game in the exact way that he needs to. So 3 balls remaining here in over number 5. This is the 3rd over being bowled by Ehsan Adil. Gaurav Bajaj 6 from 17, falling behind. Great delivery again. And how did that miss? I want to see a replay as the umpires signal to each other that there's 2 balls left. Look at Ehsan Adil still on the ground, on his hands and knees. Cannot imagine how that missed. I want to see where this passed, because he's getting the ball to move both directions. And here we see, look at this. As always, very close to the stumps when he bowls. Oh, holding its line and going past the off stump. If there was another coat of varnish on the off stump, that ball would have disturbed the stumps. That is absolutely a brilliant delivery. Working on another wicket maiden, or on a maiden, not a wicket maiden. He hasn't taken a wicket in this over, but certainly working on a maiden. 2 balls remaining here in over number 5. And here's Ehsan Adil again. 2 slips in position now. And that's well played, but not going to get anything for that. My goodness, this is good stuff by Ehsan Adil. So 1 ball remaining, and I would think if I'm Ehsan Adil, I want to keep going. I want to bowl over number 7. I want to bowl 1, 3, 5, and 7. And I probably would be pleading with my captain to allow me to bowl, because the pressure that he is building and the energy that he's bringing to the side, this is just exactly what you want to see from your opening fast bowler. So here we are again, the last ball of over number 5. Great delivery again. He's just now laughing. This is a maiden, another maiden bowled by Ehsan Adil. 3 overs. 3 overs bowled by Ehsan Adil, and he's only conceded 2 runs. So excellent, excellent bowling by the big opening fast bowler. At the end of 5, the score is 11 for 2.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट में क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Once again, this is the Sunoco Minor League Cricket Championship 2023. Lakshmi is the official partner of minor leagues. Brew is minor league cricket's cricket for the community partner. And Dolphin Media is the outdoor partner for MILC. What an absolutely brilliant spell so far by Ehsan Adil. Now there's a change in bowling. This is Hamad Azam with the ball in hand. He will be taking over from Roman Raiz. Roman Raiz' 2 overs have only cost him 6 runs. Ehsan Adil's 3 overs have cost 2 runs. So excellent bowling by the opening bowlers so far. Now Hamad Azam looking to come on and continue in that same vein. This is glanced around the corner. Ehsan Adil in the midst of all the action didn't field it cleanly, and they run through for a single. So your bowlers so far, Ehsan Adil, Roman Raiz, and now Hamad Azam, all good seam bowlers. Roman Raiz and Ehsan Adil, I think it's fair to say they have more pace than Hamad Azam, but Hamad Azam is not exactly slow. So here he is. Scoop shot being attempted, and it's going to run away for 4. In fact, didn't hit that as cleanly as he wanted to, Gaurav Bajaj. But you'll take those 4 runs all day, every day, like manna from heaven if you are the Lone Star Athletics. Look at this scoop from over the wicket and getting inside the line, just getting something on it. If you get any amount of bat on that with fine leg inside the circle in the form of Ehsan Adil, you're going to get runs for it. So you welcome those runs. Still a long way to go. That is now 16 runs on the board, which means that you have another. We'll go through the eventualities in just a second. Oh, flashing at this one outside the line of off. Hamad Azam generating just a couple extra yards of pace that time, it looks like. So we're 4 delivers into over number 6. This is the last over of the power play. In fact, 3 delivers into the over number 6. Last over of the power play. So after this, you can be more defensive with your field settings. And here Hamad Azam is in again. Great delivery again, going past the outside edge again. Type of delivery that Ehsan Adil has bowled so well so far in this match. Slanting in. Hamad Azam maybe a little wider on the crease than Ehsan Adil, but he's getting it to slant in and then straighten. So he's gone past the outside edge a couple of times. In fact, the only time that there was any confidence in a shot that was played in this over was when Gaurav Bajaj played the scoop shot. But you're falling behind a little bit here. 16 for 2, which means that you have another 152 runs to go. And you only have 86 balls in which to get them. Tries another scoop, and it goes again for 4. This one he makes more contact with, and it flies well over the head of Ehsan Adil inside the ropes, inside the boundary. I'm sorry, inside the 30-yard circle. And if the first one was to the right of Ehsan Adil, this one is very far over his head. Look at this. Better contact made this time on the scoop shot. There you see, just out of camera, Ehsan Adil leaping, but no way he's going to get anywhere close to that. So fortuitous, but fortune does favor the brave. 9 runs from the over so far with 1 ball remaining, both in the over and in the power play. You're now at 20. So you're starting to make up a little bit of that gap if you're the Lone Star Athletics. Here's the last ball. And dropped into the offside. Quick single. Nosh Kenjige. Good piece of work. A pick up and throw. He frequently hits from there. That would have been interesting if he had made contact, or if that ball had hit the stump. So 10 runs. Easily the most productive of the inning so far for the Lone Star Athletics. Gaurav Bajaj looking to accelerate things. 15 from 25. Milind Kumar 1 from 3. And the Lone Star Athletics are 21 for 2 after 6.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
$21 for 2, 6 overs are done and dusted. So is the power play. And we have a change in bowling coming from the theater end. This is going to be Rushil Ugarkar. Rushil Ugarkar, who bowls decent medium pace in a match in Houston this past weekend. He opened the bowling. His assignment here is, I think, going to be a little bit easier because he's now bowling out of the power play. And so there's coverage and protection all around the ground. There is a deep square leg. We'll explain the rest of the field in a minute. Driven down to mid-off, I'm sorry. Roman Reyes is there to make sure that there's just one run. So coverage in the deep that I referred to. There's a sweeper on the boundary. There is a deep third. There is a deep backward square leg. And there's a deep mid wicket. So those four are outside the circle. And in fact, there's likely a deep third. A deep long on. I am shielded from where I am, so I can't exactly see if there's a fielder there, but there's only four inside the circle, so the fifth is somewhere. Good pacey delivery. And they go through for a quick single. Underhanded throw is a hit by the keeper, but in the judgment of umpire Vishnu Pillai, he made it home safely. So this pair definitely has some work to do. Look at this in the second. Here comes the underhanded throw. Pick up there and throw. There you go. And hit middle stump too. That's good work from the keeper. But again, the batter making it safely without much fuss. So pay attention to where each of the fielders is going to be, because I think for the most part they have a similar setup for both batters, Gaurav Bajaj and Milind Kumar. Flash and a miss outside the line of off. That's too far outside the line of off, so it's adjudged wide. So everything that they've done so far, the Dallas Mustangs, has come up in the way that they needed it to. Just comparing where the two teams are. At the end of over number 7, the Dallas Mustangs had 25 runs on the board. So the Lone Star Athletics are playing in the same ballpark. Flash and a miss again. Now the difference between the Mustangs and the Athletics, as I said a couple of times already, is that the Mustangs bat a lot deeper than the Athletics. So you're going to have to continue to sort of look for ways to manufacture runs if you're the Athletics, but you can't take very many chances because there's not a whole lot of batting to come. They're a very good bowling side, but I think their batting isn't quite as strong as the batting of the Mustangs. At least, again, not based on the statistics. In fact, we'll go through some of those statistics right now. Nitish Kumar has already been dismissed. He has 284 runs on the season. Shayan Jahangir also dismissed, 219 runs on the season. Milind Kumar is at the wicket right now. He scored 131 runs. So he, for me, is the big fish the rest of the way. Then Shubham Ranjani, 85 runs. Gaurav Bajaj, 35 runs. In fact, I'm not sure why Shubham Ranjani is on this list twice. We'll have to get that checked on. Lofted down the ground, and it's going to run. In fact, it's fielded down there, Ali Sheikh, and he goes to the top end. My goodness. And so he was out of my view. So I assumed that there was a fielder down there. Well, that is Ali Sheikh patrolling the boundary at long on. So Shubham Ranjani, again, on this list twice. Not sure exactly where that is, but Siddhesh Pattar, the captain, 6 matches, 27 runs. Shreyan Satish, 6 matches, 16 runs. Amir Hamza Hotak, 6 matches, 10 runs. Imran Khan Jr., who's not playing. And then Hamza Khalid, short, going down the leg side and gone. Looks for the pull. I mentioned that he had the ability to bowl quickly. Rushil Ugarkar knocks that one in short. And Gaurav Bajaj looking to pull late on the shot and just feathering one through to the keeper, who pouches it with glee. So the third wicket goes down. I mentioned how much it's going to be difficult for them to score runs. Well, in this case, It looks like Prathamesh Pawar just pouched a really simple catch on Rushilu Garkar. Does well enough. Look at this. Yes, certainly gets the edge. The ball fizzing through. You see the big deviation there. Samir Bandeker confirming that that did come off the edge. And that's wicket number 3. Look, that was the last ball of the over. So 7 overs are up. We'll come back and talk about that shortly and what this means the rest of the way. 7 overs bowled, 26 for 3. So at the fall of wicket number 3, Shubham Ranjani comes to the wicket to join Milind Kumar. I mentioned that looking at the statistics, not sure exactly why Shubham Ranjani appears on here twice. Shows that he played 4 matches, scored 85 runs, and then somehow played 2 more matches and scored 33 more runs. I'm going to assume that those should be combined. And so 6 matches played and 118 runs scored. So if that's the case, then Shubham Ranjani would be the 4th best batter statistically in the Lone Star Athletics lineup. Well, he's going to need to stick around for a long time here with Milind Kumar. And this is now Hamad Azam bowling again. All pace bowling attack so far. Really good bowling by everyone who's bowled the ball so far. Rushilu Garkar, the youngster, coming in and getting a really rip snort of a delivery to dismiss Gaurav Bajaj. No, Shubham Ranjani hasn't faced any deliveries yet. And Milind Kumar only faced 6 and scores. He has scored 3 runs, so you're struggling a little bit for runs right now if you're the Lone Star Athletics. Flash and gone. Another wicket. Oh, that's a big one. That is Milind Kumar. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a crushing body blow to the Lone Star Athletics. The ball was outside the line of off stump. Hamad Azam getting it wide enough to tempt the attempted slash by Milind Kumar. And he's not able to get anything other than a feather through to the keeper. Here we see again from relatively close to the stumps. Big flash, big edge, and taken. And look at Hamad Azam celebrating. He knows the result of that exact delivery. And that is now 4 down. My goodness, they are truly struggling at this stage. 26 for 4. And this is going to be the captain, Sidesh Patare, who absolutely has a job to do here along with Shubham Ranjani. Here we see another look from this edge. You might be able to see the deviation. Yep, you definitely see the deviation there. A thick edge, a really thick edge. And Hamad Azam did not even turn around to appeal. He was already running down the pitch celebrating. So 4 are down. Another 142 runs needed for victory for the Lone Star Athletics. But their challenge is now going to be keeping an eye on the required rate and seeing if they can even get in the same ballpark as that rate, because that rate is now 11.21, and they're now only scoring at the rate of 3.55 and over. So they're a really long distance away from that target rate, and they've lost the top 4 in their lineup. So, boy, you have a lot of work to do here. Gaurav Bajaj, the top scorer so far, 17 from 29. Sidesh Patare on strike, facing up to Hamad Azam. And my goodness, this is really good bowling. Everyone who has bowled so far for the Lone Star for the Dallas Mustangs has been effective, and they've all gotten to the point where they're building pressure. Boy, this is just really good stuff from these bowlers. The one bowler who has an economy rate that is over 6 is Hamad Azam, and that's only courtesy of 2 scoop shots from Gaurav Bajaj, but he's already been dismissed. Oh, look at this, a shy at the stumps. Don't ever think that they cannot hit from there. They absolutely can hit from there. That is Nash Kenjige. So they take a single, but again, looking at the economy rates, Hamad Azam, 1.4 overs, 1 for 11. So his economy rate is 6.6. Ehsan Adil has an economy rate of less than 1. Roman Rai's economy rate of 3. Rushil Lugarkar, economy rate of 5. Advancing down the wicket, slapping it straight. What a diving stop by who else? Who else is going to make that diving stop? You cannot get the ball past him. Ali Sheikh patrolling the ground anywhere on the field he is. He is the most spectacular fielder that you've seen at this level, and pretty much at any level. You're not going to see a better fielder than Ali Sheikh. So 1 ball remaining. 1 run already from the over and a wicket. So a really good over in progress here by Hamad Azam. Now he wants Rushil Lugarkar to be square. Still a backward square leg, or maybe a wide fine leg. Here's the last ball. And defended by Sidesh Patari. That is the end of over number 8. What brilliant bowling by the Dallas Mustangs. 8 overs up and only 27 runs on the board and 4 back in the pavilion. Long way to go here for the Lone Star Athletics. We'll be right back.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
The old story applies here. How do you eat an elephant? And the answer to that question is 1 bite at a time. Well, the elephant that needs to be eaten is tremendously large, and you don't have a lot of time to try to eat that elephant. That's well played, drilled through the offside. All pace bowling so far. The spinners have not yet had any work to do. Nash Kenjige is who just fielded that ball. You would get the sense that he would be the first spinner who's asked to bowl. There's also Ali Sheikh. There's also Sujit Gowda. But pace is absolutely doing the work for you here for Corey Anderson and the Dallas Mustangs. So 28 runs on the board. You're still another 140 runs away from victory. Short. Oh my goodness. That was pulled, and it was just over the head of Rushil Lugarkar himself. That ball could have gone anywhere. Fortuitous. Shobham Ranjani not able to get that one away, and that really could have just gone anywhere. Look at this. A good short delivery. And he's looking over on the leg side after he played that shot, that ball ballooning up to about where short mid-off would be. And the bowler not able to get into himself. Good delivery, quick single, and a throw down to, in fact, is shying at the striker's end. Not able to get a direct hit, but you're getting your runs right now in 1s and 2s if you're the Lone Star Athletics. And it is now at the stage of the innings where they are needing more than 12 runs and over. So you need 2 runs off of every ball from here. You need another 139 runs, and you only have 69 balls in which to get them. So if you score exactly 2 and over, or 2 a ball, 12 and over from here, the score is a level at the end of 20. Bowled him, advancing down the wicket, and that pressure was starting to get to Sidesh Patari and the Lone Star Athletics. And unfortunately for the Lone Star Athletics, this may be a short day at the wicket. Sidesh Patari looking to advance down the track, looking to hoik Rushil Lugarkar over the top of mid-wicket. And it's you miss, I hit stuff. You're advancing down the track. You sort of lose your shape when you do that. By definition, you're not being still as you play that shot. Some batters can pull it off, and then sometimes you miss a straight ball and get bowled. Here we see Sidesh Patari advancing, going across, missing out on the attempted slap across the line, and that is the end of the captain. Tried for a little bit, only scored 2 runs, bowled by Rushilu Garkar, and now Shreyan Satish, the young U19 player who batted very well in previous editions of the minor leagues, and then certainly in the various Premier Leagues that he's played in for the last few years. It's really good to see this young man develop, but he absolutely has a difficult task here. He's going to be asked to somehow stick with Shubham Ranjani and manufacture 139 runs in 68 balls. It absolutely is not easy. That required rate now up to 12.26, continuing to climb more and more each time that a wicket falls, or in fact at this stage, when a dot ball or a single or a double is scored, the required rate is going to go up. So pay attention to that, because you're falling so far behind. You only have a limited number of balls in which to get the runs that you need. At this stage, another 68 runs, make that 68 balls. You need another 139 runs. Confidently stroked by Shreyan Satish, though, into the offside for a single. And now that score only goes up to 30. My goodness. Even as slowly as the Dallas Mustangs started, at this stage in their innings, they were at 45. And you know how they accelerated towards the back end of the innings, courtesy of some lusty blows by Corey Anderson and maybe to a slightly lesser extent Shubham Ranjani. But you're still behind that pace here if you are the Lone Star Athletics. Last ball, bowled by Rushilu Garkar. Played off the back foot, right to backward point. No run there. Sujit Gowda does the cleanup work. 5. Make that 9 overs bowled. 19 runs have come from the last 5. They're staring down the barrel of a pretty major defeat here, the Lone Star Athletics. They're 30 for 5 after 9.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Well, when something is working, you don't need to change it. All pace has worked so far, and you're continuing exactly with that same mindset and attacking, kind of a bullying kind of a mindset. Hamad Azam continuing. What a great ball going past the outside edge. This is Shreyan Satish facing up to Hamad Azam. So 1 ball bowled already in the 10th. You're down to your last 65 deliveries of the innings, and you still need another 138. Shreyan Satish 1 from 2, Shubham Ranjani 1 from 5, so 2 very new batters at the crease. And if you're thinking of just bowling all pace, well, the captain himself has not yet bowled. Corey Anderson bowls useful left arm medium pace. And Shreyan Satish trapped on the crease. So, absent that, you could still, if you're Corey Anderson, just bowl out at this stage Ehsan Adil and Roman Reyes. This is the 3rd over in progress right now by Hamad Azam. But you can still do some attacking or continuing to attack with pace before you have to turn to spin. But I would think, given that he does not show any inclination or has not shown any inclination to bowl himself in the last several matches, Corey Anderson, that you may want to hold the opening bowlers back. And that would be Roman Reyes and Ehsan Adil. It goes past the outside edge again. Esanadil has 1 over remaining. Roman Reyes has 2 remaining. So let's just say, for example, those two would bowl, if need be, overs 18, 19, and 20. That would be 18 and 20 by Roman Reyes and 19 by Esanadil. So then that gives you a handful of overs in the middle where you have to make up. And so you would think that within the next several overs is where you go to spin the Ali Sheikhs and the Nash Kenjiges and that crew. In the air and dropping short of Roman Reyes. Coming across. Boy, coming across at mid-on. It was in the air for a long time, but Shreyan Satish not able to get anything on it other than just that meek drive. Required rate continuing to climb. Up now to 13.14. And continuing to turn the screws. If you're the Dallas Mustangs. Here's Hamad Azam again. Down the leg side. And this is going to be a wide. That's the first run of this over of any flavor. Bowling really well here, Hamad Azam, despite that wide. 2.4 overs, 1 for 11 are his figures so far. And Shreyan Satish at this point having trouble getting the ball off the square. Drive and a miss again. So that is a handful of dot balls. Last 2 balls coming up in the over. And boy, that does not make for good reading if you are the Lone Star Athletics. 31 for 5. You see the score there in blue on your screen. Shreyan Satish 1 from 6. Shubham Ranjane 1 from 5. Hamad Azam and the rest of the Dallas Mustangs have the tails up. Skied over the top of cover. That may run away for 4. Will it? No. That's Rishi Ramesh who does the work. Coming all the way, running back from mid-off inside the circle. We'll get 2. So Shreyan Satish always happy to get off the mark. Well, he was already off the mark, but always happy to sort of release the pressure that was building. So that is the end of over number 10. We're halfway through the innings. Score is 33 for 5 after 10.
आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
So this is Rachel Ogarkar. 2 overs so far, 2 for 8. Continuing. That's a confident looking strike down the ground, but just for 1. Shubham Ranjani make that now 2 from 6 balls faced. And his partner at the other end, Shreyan Satish, 3 from 7. Much work to do to make up for things the way that they are right now if you are the Lone Star Athletics. The current score is 34. They need another 134. And they need them in the next 59 balls. Short, sliced away over the top of point. In fact, short third, and it goes away for 4. You don't mind the short delivery, but the combination of short and wide is what is what Rishi Ugarkar will want to do better than. So very short, intentionally bowl short, looking to bowl a bouncer. But if you bowl a bouncer, it can't be outside the line of off stump. It has to be climbing over the stumps and from the right arm over the wicket you're needing for that ball to be angled into the batter's body. So fortuitous boundary, but you'll take it. Here's the next delivery. Yorker length. It's a good comeback ball. Defended in front of the stumps for no run. So Shreyan Satish, 7 from 9. Shubham Ranjani, 2 from 6. You're at the stage now where you're looking to manufacture runs from anywhere, because 13.68 is what you're facing right now. And here comes the bowler. Short. Tries the pull. Misses out on it. So Rushil Agarkar has shown a penchant for bowling a good short delivery. If the line is off on that short delivery, yes, you can go for runs, as he did the two deliveries ago. But it's important enough to locate it in such a way that you ask questions of the batter. So 2 balls remaining now here in over in number 11. Lofted in the air, long run back for Roman Raiz. He's not going to be able to get there. Goes all the way for 4. Sort of an effortless shot by Shreyan Satish. Goes over the top of extra cover. 11 from 11 for him. And these are welcome runs for the Lone Star Athletics. Staying intentionally leg side and lofting it over the top. Good work by the cameraman to catch that. And now 1 delivery remaining in this over number 11. Speaking of 11, Shreyan Satish is on 11 from 11. Make that now 11 from 12 as that goes past the outside edge. That is the end of 11. 9 runs coming from it. 21 in the last 5. And the Lone Star Athletics are 42 for 5.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
So we'll have some spin for the first time. I mentioned that if you're going to bowl your spinners, they would probably have to bowl at this stage of the innings. Well, the best spinner in the country, if you ask me, is Nash Kenjige. And he's going to be bowling his left arm orthodox. Bowling now to Shubham Ranjani. Shubham Ranjani has a lot of work to do here to get caught up, because they're now staring down the barrel of 14 runs and over to win. You need another 126 in 9. So exactly 14 and over is the target. Left arm spin. And Ranjani, obviously with the keeper up to the stumps, will be looking to be enterprising, but Nash Kenjige can be a very difficult bowler to attack. 1 down the ground. Let's see how well they can maintain this sort of bowling attack. So Kenjige bowling now 12. Off the back foot. Oh, that's a fumble. That is the opposite of Ali Sheikh. And that is good work in the deep by Rishi Ramesh. 2 runs obtained there when they, in all likelihood, should only have been 1, or maybe even none. Nash Kenjige, a really wily spinner. Gets the ball generally to leave the right-handed batters. So I'm actually surprised that there is not a slip in position, because most of these balls that he bowls threaten the outside edge of the bat. Down the ground, just a single. So just dragging a little bit here, taking some extra time for the field placements to be made. Worked to mid-wicket for a single. That's Ali Sheikh. Look at that throw. And we're into the 12th. 2 balls remaining in the 12th, and you have not yet gotten to 50. Quick single. Throw goes to the non-striker's end. So 6 from the over so far. 1 ball remaining. And all of a sudden, the Lone Star Athletics are threatening the 50 mark. Won't get there with this shot. That's just a single down to mid-wicket. That is the end of the over. Over number 12 complete. Score is 119. Make that, they need another 119. The score is 49 for 5.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Attack, make that a double left-handed spin attack. Ali Sheikh is the bowler who's coming into ball from the theater end. And you would think that if you're going to bowl your paces toward the back end of the innings, that this is when you'd bring the spin in. So that's not surprising from that standpoint. So Ali Sheikh, genuine all-rounder, bats aggressively. You saw that batting 19 from, I think, 13 in the first innings. You saw what he did in the field and what he can do in the field, and I've been singing his praises for a while. But he's now going to be called upon to bowl. Lofted down the ground for 6. So all is not lost if you're the Lone Star Athletics. Shubham Ranjani now up to 11 from 10. That one delivery was a little too full and a little probably too straight. And it's lofted down the ground for 6. Down the ground, just a single. That's enough. Can you get down here on the boundary? So, the equation changing just marginally there, you would think. Still a long way to go. Playing off the back foot, going back to those spinners is never a good idea unless you're going back to play an aggressive shot. Going back to play a defensive shot generally can sometimes find you in trouble. Lofted down the ground, just serving this one down the ground actually. Not a huge hit. And 6 from the first ball of the over, but only 8 runs so far in the over. And bearing in mind, from here you're needing to score at the rate of 15 and over. Played down the ground for a single. Ali Sheikh into his first over. Conceded already 9 runs. In the air, is this catchable? No, Rishi Ramesh is not going to be able to get to it. The throw coming into the non-striker's end, so they only get 1 run for it, but you'll certainly take an over where you score 10 runs, even though you do need to score at the rate of 16 from here, 15.57. But you've done well to put some runs on the board here for the Lone Star Athletics. That is the end of over number 13. The score is 59 for 5.
What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Going back to spin. Oh, it's going to be wide. A judge, Nashkenjige's first over went for 7, and his first ball of his second over is the judge wide. And using his feet, trying to skip down. Corey Anderson, the covers, makes sure that nothing happens. Lofted in the air. Is this catchable? Oh, it was almost caught. Running back and had both hands, got both hands to it, but not able to complete the catch. And that goes, I believe, for 4. Made some yards to his left, that fielder. Not exactly sure who that is. I think that's Rashilu Garker, actually. And he got both hands to it, but not only was he not able to catch it, it went over the boundary for 4. So you need a whole lot to go your way if you are going to be chasing 16 runs and over. And from here, they need 104. And they need them. Oh, good-looking delivery. Dot ball. So the 4 has not yet caused a lot of damage, has to be said. Pulling this one. In fact, they tried to pull it, but he just gets it down to long on for a single. And so 1 ball remaining here in over number 14. Boy, this is now really dragging along. Working it into the leg side. Should just be a single. So that is 1 run to end over number 14. Nashkenjige has his second over go for 7 runs. Each over that he's bowled actually have gone for 7 runs. Each over has gone for 7 runs. At the end of 14, the score is 66 for 5.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Down to the last 36 balls, and you need another 102 runs if you are the Lone Star Athletics. Ali Sheikh to continue. Off the back foot, this is Rashilu Garker. Good athletic ability, sprinting and putting down or eliminating any opportunity to go for anything other than a single. So that type of pressure that has been created has been maintained in the field, and that's really good to see. Now, you're getting to the back end of the inning, so you're certainly getting some overs here from the spinners, but the paces have all been excellent. It makes you wonder at what point are you going to go back to the pacers. Lofted in the air, that stays in the air for an eternity, but should be a simple catch, taken really easily, and that is the end of Shreyan Satish. He did try for a while, but there's just too much pressure. There's no way that you can do anything other than go for it when you're needing 17 runs and over. Shreyan Satish only lofting this one into the arms of the fielder on the boundary. So that is wicket number 6. 67 for 6 is the score after 15.2. So there you see the replay. Sujit Gowda just having a really simple catch, almost like catching practice. Nothing very difficult about the catch. Didn't go particularly high, and he had all time to just judge it perfectly. Landed right in his palms with the outstretched palms and thumbs up as they do in, or it's like, sorry, thumbs down as they do in modern day cricket. And a simple catch taken 6 wickets down. And the new batter is going to be Amir Hamza Hotak. Shubham Ranjani 15 from 14. It's going to be Hotak on strike. He has another 4 deliveries remaining in this over. And it may be the case that the Lone Star Athletics, after sputtering at the top of the innings, have effectively already been defeated. And the only question is, what is the final margin of victory for the Dallas Mustangs? Okay, Ali Sheikh, quicker delivery. Played down the ground for a single. Hotak is a left-arm spinner, but he's a right-handed batter. And so a couple of singles sandwich around a wicket. You're down to the last 33 balls. You need another 100 runs. Big hit. He smokes this one. That is a legitimate strike. Very flat, very hard. And that is a very good shot. So you need plenty more of those if you are the Lone Star Athletics. And that ball, I want to see exactly where this where this pitched. I think it's slanted in toward the pads. Let's see. From around the wicket. No, it dragged it from outside off. That's actually a good shot. So Ali Sheikh just needs to be able to get that ball probably much fuller to not allow the batter to get underneath it, because he's able to play a cross-batted shot from outside the line of off stump. So several times already in this match we've had balls that are lost, and I think that's what happened here. But I think we do have that replacement ball in tow. So Ali Sheikh taking a bit of stick bowling here in the second over. Going back and playing this on the leg side for a single. 9 runs from the over so far. Ali Sheikh's 2 overs so far have cost 18, make that 19. And just 1 ball now remaining. Big hit. How much of this does he get? He gets all of it. It goes for 6. Sujit Gowda running to his right from long on, not able to get there. And so in the context of this game, I don't know how much difference it makes, but it's a pretty big over. 16 coming from it, make that 15 coming from it. Ali Sheikh's 2 overs have cost him 25 runs. He has taken a wicket. We're down to the last 30 as we see the replay slanting in. This one definitely was a lot straighter, so he was able to drag it wider at times, Shubham Ranjani. And it goes just over the ropes for 6 at mid-wicket. So that's the end of over number 15. At the end of 15, the score is 81 for 6. (81 for 6). Nash Genji get back into the attack to bowl his 3rd over. This is worked down the ground for a single. And so the spinners have not been needed. All of the pressure has been applied by the pace bowlers up top. Now, having said that, Nash Genji get 2.1 overs, none for 15. Ali Sheikh 2 overs, 1 for 25. Using the feet, getting down to the spin, lofting it in the air, but Hamad Azam has an easy catch to take. And that is yet another wicket down. So that is well judged. You see how well he judges it. Moving laterally, moving parallel to the ropes, and taking the easiest of catches. And yet another body blow. 82 now for 7 after 15.2. It feels like the only intrigue is whether or not this team will be bowled out, the Lone Star Athletics. Down the ground. Good, clean catch, running parallel to the ropes. Ahmad Azam probably flirting with stepping on the ropes much more than he needed to. But that is just a very, very easy catch taken for him anyway. It's not an easy catch running laterally, but when you are in that position and you know exactly where you are. You judge the rope to perfection. All you have to do is just not step on it or over it. And that means that that wicket has fallen 82 for 7. You're not yet at the halfway stage in terms of runs needed, but you only have another 28 balls to go, and you have 7 wickets down. So the new batter is in. This is going to be Aaron Nadkarni. Was not necessarily thinking that he'd have to feature with the bat. Looking to play forward, comes off the outside edge of the bat. That is Naman Anwar, whose name we've called for the first time in the field in a while. In fact, I don't know that I've called his name in the field today. Oh yeah, I did, because he's the one who had collected that ball that came directly from Ehsan Adil's pacey delivery and came straight to him at first slip. Those are never easy. Last 4, and this is played, in fact, gets away behind the stumps, or no, behind the mid-on region. And they run through for a single. No signal there from umpire Vishnu Pillai, so it's apparently runs. Looking to get through the rest of his over here. Nash Kenjige, over number 3. So far, 1 for 17. No single there. Aaron Nadkarni, big strapping fast bowler, but that doesn't do him much good here unless he's talking about going big down the ground. But Nash Kenjige is a wily bowler and very difficult to attack. What a great ball. Spins past the outside edge. That is the end of over number 16. Just 3 runs coming from that over. At the end of 16, the score is 84 for 7. So, Ehsan Adil has 1 over remaining. He's bowled excellently, and he'll be coming on now to bowl from the end from which he started the innings, the theater end. Great delivery, and he's doing exactly as he's done this entire match, slanting it in from relatively straight, wicket to wicket, but getting it, the important thing, getting it to move both ways off the seam, dancing away from the right-handers. And Aaron Nadkarni, I'm sorry, just not able to get anything close to that one. Oh, in fact, that one came in off the seam. So again, he's getting it to move both ways. So most of them are moving in off the seam like that one did, but also getting them to move away. Advancing down the track and striking it square. So, you know what? Fortune favors the brave. Put your foot down and look, see if you can get something out of the situation. Aaron Nadkarni not going to die wandering. Looking at the smile in Ehsan Adil's face, I think he can respect the fact that a fellow fast bowler is trying to manufacture some runs against him. And I don't think you'll see the same reaction to Aaron Nadkarni as you did earlier when the top order batters were looking to attack Ehsan Adil. Big picture, a long way to go. 22.64 runs and over is what they need. Essentially, you need a 4 off of every ball the rest of the way. And that is defended in front of the stumps. Oh, look at this. Oh, Aaron Carney doing a little bit of extra cheating, trying to get down the wicket. Hassan Adil spotted it and took a shot at the stumps. In fact, that's Shubham Ranjani. My apologies. So the ball was bowled to Aaron Carney. And look at there, you see Shubham Ranjani. And this, if that had been a more accurate throw, that might have asked the question or two of Samir Bandekar, who I have to say was in the exact right position to make that call. For you aspiring umpires, anytime that there's a run being taken, when you're the standing umpire, you're behind the stumps. If there's a run being attempted, the umpire always has to be square of the wicket. That's exactly what you just saw Samir Bandekar do. So look at the replay here. SN Adil coming in. Defended by Aaron Carney now. Shy at the stumps coming, so immediately moving to his left to be square of the wicket. That's exactly how you do it as an umpire. And that's good work by Samir Bandekar. Slicing it away. It's going to run close to the boundary. Sliding stop down there by guess who else? No one else but the best fielder in the country. And just preventing the damage there, just restricting the damage, I should say, to 1 run. 86 runs on the board, another 82 to get in the next 20 balls. And like I said, essentially you need, in fact, if you hit a 4 from every ball the rest of the way, you'd still lose. So you have to mix in some 6s as well. So this game is only going one direction. And it may just be that Shubham Ranjani and Aaron Carney should just have some fun. Yes, and Adil looking to go down the ground, but gets a thick inside edge. That ball peels off and goes to square leg. Just a single. And 1 ball remaining here now in over number 17. I would think overs number 18 and 20 would be bowled by Roman Reyes. And seeing how many runs or how many overs he has left. He has 2 overs left. Bowled 1 for 6 from those 2 overs. Excellent bowling. And maybe you go with Rushil Ugarkar for over number 19. Short into the body of Aaron Carney, looking to pull and not really getting it away properly. Refusing the run, though, is Shubham Ranjani. I think recognition of the fact that he wants to be the one to start the next over on strike. It's been there a while, 26 from 21. He needs a whole mess of 4s and 6s. Probably not going to happen, but however close they can get, I think is going to be dependent on a charge towards the back end of this innings. So 17 up, last 3 coming up. The score is 87 for 7. Well, over number 18 about to be bowled, and it's going to be Nushkan Jigget to continue. This is going to be the last over of his spell with the ball today. He's 3 overs, 1 for 17, so going at just under a run a ball. And now 3.1, 1 for 18. Shubham Ranjani thought that Corey Anderson may go to Roman Reyes, but probably not necessary. Off the back foot, catchable. Nope, bounces before it gets to that man in the deep. Ali Sheikh patrolling out there at deep mid wicket and just a single. So Shubham Ranjani turning down the single for the last over. And now a dot and then a single to start this over. Swipe and a miss. Another dot. And down to the last 15 balls of this match. You probably don't necessarily have to go to your strike bowlers the rest of the way. Height, how much distance? Goes for 6. Enough distance. You know what? You'll take that. The youngster wants to feel bat on ball, and he goes big down the ground. That is Roman Raiz out there on the boundary at long off. Not able to get to that one. He's back on the boundary. And off the back foot, actually. That's a good strike by Nadkarni. So 6 followed up by a dot. And now just one ball remaining in the spell for the day for Nushkinjige. Tossed up, spinning past the outside edge. Just 7 runs coming from the over, even though there was that big 6. And that is the end of over number 18, the end of the spell for Nushkinjige. And just 2 balls make that 2 overs remaining. Current score is 94 for 7. In some ways, it's impossible or highly improbable, but the Athletics need 74 in the next 2 overs. We'll be right back.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need one hand on the roof, one hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go rewards, when you fuel, you save because rewards come first.
On the back end of what has been an enthralling weekend worth of cricket, some of the matches have been very close. This, unfortunate for the Lone Star Athletics, is not one of them. Pretty dominating performance for Dallas. And this is Agarkar coming back on. This is played off the back foot. And that's just going to be a single. In fact, they do not take a single. So the dominating performance I referred to was that they started very slowly, but then a big 103-run partnership between Corey Anderson and Sujith Gowda put them on course to score 167 runs. And then the Lone Star Athletics never really seriously threatened. They're sputtering along right now. That is launched into the deep. Oh my goodness! Look at that effort. A brilliant effort out there. And who is that? Went for it with both hands. And in fact, that's Sujith Gowda out there on the boundary. Split second, thought he may just have held on to that. But it does go for 6. Hammered by Shubham Ranjani. Sujith Gowda, both hands up in the air, actually made contact, but not able to hold on to it. Launched. This one goes further. And it goes for 6. So maybe just getting slightly carried away with the short balls here, Agarkar. And again, it won't make a difference in the context of this game, but these are welcome runs at the back end of the innings for Ranjani. And then, by the way, that does bring up the 100. 106 now for 7. 3 delivers remaining in over number 19. Outside chance that Shubham Ranjani can get to 50. And Agarkar should just target the base of middle stump. One-handed swipe. The hand came off of the bat, and in fact he refuses the run. So it feels like it's not going to be about attempting to get close to the target, which, again, it's not realistically possible without the help of extras and a whole bunch of them. But it may be the case that Ranjani is trying to get to 50. In the air, that's going to be 6 more. Huge strike. So the third 6th of the over. And 2 deliveries in this over were too short, and they get hammered away for 6. This one is too full. It's in the slot, and the same result. Yeah, that is absolutely in the slot. That allows Shubham Ranjani to tee off and just play through the line. And 18 runs already from this over. This should just be the last, in fact, the last ball of the over. Corey Anderson having a bit of a chat with Rushil Ugarkar. Wisdom that is being imparted from a man with years and years of international cricket experience. That would be something that Rushil Ugarkar should take to heart. So let's see what he can produce here to have the last ball of his day with the ball. Shubham Ranjani, 45 from 28. And maybe he's just looking to get to 50. Again, doesn't make a difference in the context of this match, but that brings them to within 56. Here's the last ball. Launched down the ground for 6 more, and that is 54. Shubham Ranjani. So once again, it doesn't make a very big difference in the context of this game. This game is essentially over, but 24 runs coming from that over. 118 is the score, and Shubham Ranjani striking the ball very fearsomely, and he does get to 50. Clearing the front leg. You see there on the replay. Clears the front leg, goes through with the shot. He's now up to 51 from 49. Make that from 29. No 4s and 6 6s, 4 of which you just saw in that over. So he has decided to throw caution to the wind and have a little fun. That ball is out of the ground, and so a replacement ball has been called for, and this is going to be the last over of the inning. So we're only down to 6 balls. Once again, it doesn't make a difference in the context of this game, but you certainly want to close on a high if you are the Lone Star Athletics. You'll take heart in the fact that the batting that has come from your all-rounder, Shubham Ranjani, has resulted in a 50. So, Roman Reyes with ball in hand, and he will be bowling the last over. 6 deliveries to go, and it's going to be Aaron Nadkarni who is on strike. Aaron Nadkarni 8 from 10, so he's been helping himself just a little bit. Had a 6 down the ground. Going to be hard to hit Roman Reyes down the ground for 6 though, so let's see how well he does here. Big swipe and a miss. They try to steal a bye. In fact, they do steal a bye. Underhanded throw at the stumps was missed. Prathamesh Pawar collecting it, and then he probably knew that they'd be running, looking to steal that bye. And he immediately underarmed it at the stumps, but missed. And so that definitely becomes something that you look for. And so the last 5 deliveries with that bye would probably all be faced by Shubham Ranjani, I would think, because he does not appear to want to show anything other than big hitting at this stage. Good ball. Driven to Corey Anderson, extra cover, no run. Down to the last 4. What a fabulous weekend of cricket this has been. Again, some games closer than others. This would be one of the ones that was not that close. But just outstanding cricket, high-level cricket being played at this absolutely wonderful facility. Big swipe and a miss, slower delivery. See the smile on Roman Reyes' face. Playing that shot about a week too early was Shubham Ranjani. Esa Nadil at short fine leg is also smiling. So smiles all the way around. This game has lost all its intrigue. And let's see what happens from here. Launches this one. Where does that end up? My goodness. Out of the well, not quite out of the stadium, but certainly out of the playing field. And he gets another 6. So Roman Reyes giving up a big 6 here to Shubham Ranjani, who really at this stage is just out here looking to have fun. And he's throwing his bat at anything that he can. 2 balls remaining. The 43-run deficit is what we're looking at. So again, this final score may actually end up being slightly deceiving, because there is nothing about this game that made it close. Look, it will look like they got to within a handful of runs. That's a short delivery, and in fact not bouncing over the top to have been adjudged a wide. So all it is just a dot ball and the warning for the one short ball for the over. So this, unless it's an extra, will be the last delivery of the match. In the air, catch is a call, and backing out of the attempted catch at the last minute. I guess that's Ali Sheikh assuming that he's done enough. Esanadil with both arms outstretched, that is as if to call him a slacker. What are you doing? But a pretty convincing victory. Again, the margin of victory is going to look much closer than how close this match was. The margin of victory is 40 runs. Or 41 runs for the Dallas Mustangs, but effectively this match has been over since the top order was ripped through. So excellent bowling, mostly from the pace bowlers, and they've made mincemeat of the Lone Star Athletics. So we'll look at the full card in a second as soon as it comes up. Very, very convincing victory. Handshakes all around, as we'll see a pretty dominating performance, first by the batters for the Dallas Mustangs, and then the bowlers came to the party, did what they needed to do. Here's a full card for the Lone Star Athletics. The game was lost with those top 3 numbers. Shahin Jahangir, 1 from 3. Nitish Kumar, none from 5. Gaurav Bajaj, 17 from 29. Milind Kumar, 3 from 7. Once those went, it was always going to be an uphill climb. Sidesh Patare tried, 2 from 4. Shreyan Satish stuck around for a while, 22 from 24. Amir Hamza Hotak, 7 from 3, and Aaron Nadkarni not out, 8 from 11. The best or the most effective of the batters, Shubham Ranjani, scoring 58, but most of those runs were scored effectively when the match was already decided. And for the bowlers, look at the pace bowlers, all of the pace bowlers at the very top. Ehsan Adil, 4 overs, 1 for 5. Insane figures. Roman Ariz, 3 overs, 1 for 13. Hamad Azam, 3 overs, 1 for 14. And Rochelle Ugarko, even though 1 over of his went for 24 runs, courtesy of Shubham Ranjani, still took 2 for 41. And then the spinners at the back end, Nosh Genjiga and Ali Sheikh, 4 overs and 2 overs respectively, and 1 wicket each. So very convincing victory by Dallas. Again, this final score is going to look very different from how dominant the Mavericks, the Dallas Mustangs were in taking victory here. So Corey Anderson, of course, the star, 69 from 29, and Sujit Gowda, 51 from 44. Those are the ones who made the target what it was, and then the Lone Star Athletics really just never coming close in the chase. So that is the end of cricket from right here in the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium today. We will be back here a week, in fact, not a week from today. We'll be back here this coming Friday for more Central Division cricket in the minor league cricket system right here in the Dallas, Texas area. Do join us for some more fantastic cricket. Until then, Brian Walters, happy to have been with you for the last several days, and we'll see you next weekend. Goodbye and good luck. Look how close he gets to the stumps and just bowling wicket to wicket. Shahin Jahangir looking to play that one to mid-wicket when he probably should have been trying. Launched high down the ground, but how much distance? Not much. Ali Sheikh is after it. Oh, what a spectacular! He is. Scoop shot being attempted, and it's going to run away for 4. In fact, didn't hit 6 balls in which to get them. Tries another scoop, and it goes again for 4. This one he makes more contact with. Short going down the leg side and gone. Look right now if you're Dallas or if you're the Lone Star Athletics. Flash and gone. Another wicket. Bowled him. Advancing. Short. Sliced away over the top of point. In fact, in short third. And it goes away for 4. Lofted in the air, long run back for Roman Raiz. He's not going to be able to get there. Goes all the way for 4. Lofted in the air. Is this catchable? Oh, it was almost caught. What point are you going to go back to the Pacers? Lofted in the air. That stays in the air for an eternity, but should be a simple catch. Taken really easily. Another 100 runs. Big hit. He smokes this one. That is a legitimate strike. Very big hit. How much of this does he get? He gets all of it. It goes for his 1 for 25. Using the feet, getting down to the spin, lofting it in the air, but Hamad Azam has an easy catch to take, and that is yet another wicket down. So that is strike ball is the rest of the way. Height, how much distance? Goes for 6. Enough distance. They're sputtering along right now. That is launched into the deep. Oh my goodness! Look at, but it does go for 6. Hammered by Shubham Ranjani. Srijavgowda, both hands up in the air. Actually made in the air. That's going to be 6 more. Huge strike. So the launch down the ground for 6 more, and that is 54. Shubham Ranjani from here. Launches this one. Where does that end up? My goodness. Out of this. In the air, catch is a call, and oh, backing out of the attempted catch at the last minute.
You're watching the Sunoco Minor League Cricket Championship, brought to you by our 2023 partners.